Hey everyone! Welcome back to the Fiction Moon. Get ready for an amazing tale. What if Harry was a fallen angel reborn in Privet Drive and his divine wings shattered every charm Dumbledore placed? Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Remembered the Sky. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive had exactly 4 things worth noting: a broken light bulb that nobody replaced, a smell like old wood and dust and something faintly electric, a colony of spiders that Harry had named and whose company he genuinely preferred to most humans in the house, and a crack in the back wall that had appeared on Harry's 7th birthday and had been widening, very slowly, ever since. Harry had pressed his fingers into that crack the morning it appeared. The plaster had been worn. He hadn't told anyone. He was 10 years old then, and already he understood certain things about number 4, Privet Drive, with the kind of bone-deep clarity that children develop when the alternative is despair. He understood that the Dursleys were frightened of him, not the ordinary sort of frighten that made people cautious, but the animal kind, the kind that made Vernon's face go purple when Harry looked at him directly for too long, the kind that made Petunia snap at him for reasons that had nothing to do with what he'd actually done. He understood that the word freak was meant to be a cage, but that cages only worked if you believed in them. And he understood, in a way he couldn't have explained without sounding peculiar, that the sky remembered him. Not the sky over Privet Drive, which was a perfectly ordinary English sky, grey most of the year and stubbornly mediocre even in summer. He meant a different sky. Bigger. Older. A sky he saw every time he closed his eyes and let himself drift, vast and black and scattered with stars that weren't arranged in any constellation he'd ever seen in Dudley's discarded astronomy books, a sky he moved through not by falling but by choosing, wings spreading wide and burning white gold like the moment before sunrise, and the feeling was the thing he couldn't shake. It wasn't happiness, exactly. It was more like rightness. Like being the correct shape in the correct space. Like every atom of himself aligned and singing. Then he always woke up in the cupboard, and the crack in the wall was a little wider, and the spiders were still there, and Petunia was shouting about breakfast. He was 11 now. The crack had been doing something new for the past 2 weeks. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, it glowed faintly. Not warm orange like a fire, but cool and white, like moonlight that had decided to come from the wrong direction. Harry had taken to sleeping facing it. It felt like sleeping beside something that knew him. The Dursleys hadn't noticed because the Dursleys never opened his cupboard at night, and because the light stopped the moment anyone outside got too close, as if it were shy, or cautious, or simply private. It was a Tuesday in July when the first letter came. Harry was frying eggs. This was his standard morning role, assigned without discussion and performed without comment, because the alternative was a row before 8 o'clock which benefited no one. He was good at frying eggs. He was good at most things he put his hands to, which was a source of constant low-level irritation to Dudley and the occasional unspoken unease in Vernon's eyes. Competence, apparently, was suspicious. He was watching the fat bubble around the edges of the nearest egg when he felt it, a shift in the air, like a pressure change before a storm, like the moment a held breath releases. He turned toward the kitchen window before he consciously decided to. The owl was sitting on the sill. It was a tawny owl, perfectly ordinary, except for the fact that its eyes were fixed on Harry with an attention that wasn't very owlish at all. It had a letter in its beak. When Harry met its gaze, it blinked once, slowly, deliberately, and extended its neck, offering. "Morning," Harry said. The owl made a sound that was not quite a hoot. More like acknowledgement. Harry turned off the burner. He crossed to the window, took the letter. The owl sat for another moment, studying him with those sharp eyes, then seemed to reach some sort of conclusion, ruffled its feathers, and flew away with considerably more speed than it had arrived. Harry looked at the letter. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Something happened in his chest when he read it. A tightening, and then a release, like a knot he'd been carrying so long he'd forgotten it was there, suddenly, fractionally, loosening. He turned the envelope over. The seal on the back was green wax, stamped with a crest, lion, snake, eagle, badger. A shield. The words Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry curled around the edge. He knew the word. He didn't know how he knew the word. It had been in his mouth for years, sitting in the back of his throat like a stone that hadn't found the right river yet. He was still looking at it when Petunia walked in and saw his face and went a color that wasn't quite right for any ordinary emotion. "Where did you get that?" she said. Her voice was very strange. Very controlled. Harry looked up at her. "An owl. Give it to me." He considered that. Then he tucked it inside his oversized t-shirt, which had room, given that it had once been Dudley's, and said, "No." Petunia stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. Harry looked back at her, calm, without aggression, without apology. He was 11. She was an adult who had been making him sleep in a cupboard since he was 15 months old. He had some ground to stand on. "Vernon!" Petunia called. Vernon arrived in a short time. He was large and mustachioed and pink with morning indignation before he'd even seen the problem. When Petunia pointed at Harry and said the word letter, Vernon's face began its familiar process of darkening to puce. "Hand it over," Vernon said. "It's addressed to me," Harry said. "By name. To my exact room. Someone knows where I live and knows my name and took the trouble of sending me something, and I'm going to read it." "You are not, I've read it already," Harry said, which was mostly true. He'd read the outside, which was enough to know it was his and no one else's. He pulled the letter back out, met Vernon's gaze steadily, and opened it. The letter was brief, professional, and entirely extraordinary. An invitation to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of required materials. A term start date of September 1st. A ticket for the Hogwarts Express from platform 9 3/4, King's Cross Station, 11 o'clock. Harry read it twice. Folded it neatly. Looked at his aunt and uncle. "Right," he said. "I'll need some money for school supplies." The explosion was impressive. Vernon went through approximately 6 shades of red before landing on something close to the color of raw meat. Petunia's hands gripped the counter so hard her knuckles went white. There was shouting, quite a lot of it, about freaks and abnormality and what the neighbors would think and how he absolutely was not going to any such school and they would burn every letter that came and how dare he be so calm when they were. Harry waited it out. He'd found, over the years, that Vernon's rages were like weather. They blew through. The trick was not to become part of them. When Vernon finally ran down, red-faced and breathing hard, Harry said, "More letters will come. We'll bin them. They'll keep coming. The address on mine said the cupboard under the stairs. They know everything about me. Binning them won't help." He paused. "I don't think whoever is sending these is the sort who gives up." Petunia made a sound, small, bitten off. Harry looked at her and saw it again, that animal fear, layered over something else now. Guilt, maybe. Or grief. He couldn't quite tell. The letters did keep coming. By Thursday there were 8. By Friday there were 30. Vernon started intercepting the post in the mornings, which meant Harry started waking before Vernon, which was 6 o'clock, which Harry managed without complaint or particular difficulty because he didn't need very much sleep and had never been quite sure why. On Saturday, the letters came through the windows. Not through the broken seals or the gaps in the frame, through the glass, folded and white and perfectly crisp, sliding through solid pane the way light does and landing on the kitchen floor in drifts, on the dining table, on the sofa in the sitting room where Vernon had been eating breakfast and watching the telly and was now standing in the middle of an avalanche of envelopes with a face that had passed through all available colors and arrived at something like despair. Harry stood in the doorway in his 2 large socks and watched letters multiply across the carpet and felt the knot in his chest loosen another increment. He bent and picked one up. The green wax seal was unbroken. He looked at it for a moment, running his thumb across the crest. Hogwarts, he thought. I'm coming. It was the following evening, Sunday. The letters had stopped but the memory of them still hung in the air of number 4 like the aftermath of a storm, when the knock at the door came. Harry felt it before he heard it, which was becoming a thing that happened, the sensing of arrivals before they arrived, a peculiar gravity in the air that preceded large presences. The door shook on its hinges. Vernon opened it and looked up, and up, and up. Hagrid was approximately the size of a large boulder that had decided to stand upright and acquire a coat. He ducked through the doorway without being invited and brought with him the smell of outdoors and something warm and woodsy, and he looked around the sitting room with an expression of cheerful disregard for the fact that he was not supposed to be there, and then his eyes found Harry and went warm. "Harry Potter," he said. "Last time I saw ya, were just a baby. You look," he paused, and something moved across his face. Not quite confusion but adjacent to it. "You look exactly right," he finished, which was an odd thing to say and somehow the most accurate thing anyone had ever said about Harry in his entire life. "Hello," Harry said. "You're from the school." "Rubius Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He held out a hand the size of a small table. Harry shook it without hesitation. "Got something fair, yeah?" He produced a slightly squashed cake from somewhere inside his enormous coat. "Happy birthday. It were yesterday, wasn't it?" "Couldn't get here yesterday." "It was," Harry said. "Thank you." And he meant it, completely, because it was the first birthday cake anyone had brought him in memory, possibly ever, and the fact that it was squashed made it, somehow, better. More real. Vernon, who had been gathering himself in the corner, exploded at this point in the proceedings. There was a great deal said about not being welcome and having no right and freak schools and Harry going nowhere. Hagrid listened to approximately 30 seconds of it, then pointed a pink umbrella at the fire which had been sulking in the grate and produced from the wet wood a roaring blaze that cast the room in orange light, at which point Vernon's speech ran down like a clock that needed winding. "That's better," Hagrid said pleasantly. He turned back to Harry. "Ya got the letter, then? Ready ter come?" "Yes," Harry said, without qualification. Dudley had been edging toward the cake. He ate some before anyone could stop him and within 90 seconds was growing something from the base of his spine that Hagrid mentioned he shouldn't have left there but wasn't fussed about fixing. Petunia shrieked. Vernon threatened. Hagrid was serenely unbothered. Harry watched it all with mild interest and then went to get his trainers, because they were going to Diagon Alley in the morning and he needed to be ready. What he didn't expect, what nobody expected, including Hagrid, was what happened when Harry came back into the sitting room with his shoes and found Hagrid sitting by the fire, scribbling a note on a large piece of parchment by way of what Harry recognized belatedly as preparation for a letter back to Dumbledore, confirming Harry had been found and collected. The parchment was sealed with a charm. A small disc of glowing magic, greenish gold, compressed over the fold. "Standard courier seal," Hagrid explained when he noticed Harry watching, "just stops it being opened by the wrong hands, perfectly ordinary Hogwarts enchantment, Professor Dumbledore sets them on all official correspondence." Harry leaned in slightly, curious, and the charm went out. Not dimmed. Not disrupted. Out, like a candle pinched between fingers, clean and absolute, without sound or struggle. There and then not there. The parchment was just parchment. Hagrid stared at it. Harry looked at his own hands, then at the extinguished spot on the parchment. "That was Dumbledore's charm?" Harry asked. "Yeah," Hagrid said slowly. 7-layer binding. He puts those on everything. He was looking at Harry differently now. Not with fear, exactly. With the expression of a man who has spotted something he wasn't sure what to do with yet. Did ya mean to do that?" "No," Harry said honestly. There was a pause, and then something Hagrid decided not to say passed visibly behind his eyes, and instead he tucked the bare parchment into his pocket and said, "Right. Early start tomorrow, then. Lots ter do." That night, in his cupboard, the crack in the wall blazed white. Not a gentle glow this time. Blazed, bright and warm and insistent, and Harry sat up in his blankets and looked at it and felt the knot in his chest pull, tighten, and then suddenly, dramatically, release 3 more turns. Like the lock in the wall of himself was being worked. Something in him rose toward the light the way a plant rises toward a window. He put his palm flat against the crack, and where skin met plaster the glow intensified, and Harry shut his eyes and the dream sky was there immediately, right there, closer than it had ever been while he was awake, the black and the stars and the feeling of enormous space and the wings, he could almost feel them, actually feel them, the weight and the light and the sweep of them. He pulled his hand back. Not from fear. From something more careful than fear, a recognition that there were things that, once begun, didn't stop, and he wanted to begin them well. On his own terms. When he understood enough to meet what was coming with clear eyes. He pressed his back against the wall instead, drew his knees up, and looked at the crack from a distance. It pulsed, slow and steady, like breathing. "I remember you," he told it quietly. The light steadied. Warm. Patient. He slept without dreaming for the first time in years. The floor. That was the first thing Hagrid noticed in the morning when he came to collect Harry, though he didn't mention it until they were halfway down Privet Drive and the Dursleys were behind them and the fresh July air was doing what July air does, which is make even Surrey feel briefly possible. "Harry," Hagrid said, his voice careful in a way that hadn't been there the night before, "ya might want to know. When I picked up me pack from the corner of here, from the cupboard. There were marks on the floor." Harry looked up at him. "What sort of marks?" Hagrid was quiet for a moment. His enormous hand flexed around the handle of the umbrella. "Like something pressed down real hard. Too long, well. Shapes." He exhaled. "Pressed right into the wood. Deep." "Wings," Harry said. He didn't know he was going to say it until it was out, and then it was out and hanging in the morning air between them, and Hagrid stopped walking. He stood very still for a man his size. Looked at Harry with those beetle-black eyes that were, Harry had decided, a great deal sharper than they first appeared. "How'd you know that?" Hagrid asked. Harry considered lying. Considered qualifying it, hedging it, folding it into something smaller. Then he thought of the crack in the wall and the dream sky and the feeling of rightness and decided that the first person who had looked at him and said "you look exactly right" probably deserved the truth. "I dream about them," Harry said simply. "Every night. They're mine." Hagrid looked at him for a long time. Long enough that a neighbor's car went past and neither of them noticed. "Right," Hagrid said at last, very quietly. "Right, then." He started walking again. "We won't mention that bit to Professor Dumbledore just yet." "Why not?" "Because," Hagrid said, with the careful tone of someone navigating a minefield in the dark, "the professor worries. About all sorts. And some things are best understood proper before they get worried about." He glanced down at Harry. "D'you follow?" Harry followed. He filed it away, the way Hagrid had gone still, the careful words, the implicit warning in the direction of "don't tell Dumbledore" from a man who was transparently devoted to the old wizard. That was a very interesting data point. "I follow," Harry said. "Good lad." Hagrid clapped a hand on his shoulder that nearly sent him into the pavement. "Now. Gringotts first, then the wand. You eat yet?" "No. There's a place on the alley does brilliant sausage rolls, we'll start there." It was, Harry thought, the best morning he could remember in a life that had had very few good mornings. He matched Hagrid's enormous stride as best he could, face turned up slightly toward the thin summer sun, and felt something inside himself stretch tentatively toward the world. The sky was still grey. It would do. The underground ride to London was loud and warm and Harry sat across from Hagrid who took up a seat and a half and attracted stares that he bore with complete indifference, and Harry looked out the black window at his own reflection, messy black hair, green eyes behind round glasses, a scar that sat on his forehead like punctuation, and wondered, not for the first time, who he looked like. Not the Dursleys. Never the Dursleys. He'd worked that out young. He had his mother's eyes, Petunia had said once, in a rare moment of something approaching humanity, and had then looked immediately as if she regretted saying it. His mother's eyes. His father's hair. And something underneath all of it that belonged to neither of them, that sat in the center of his chest like a coal, like a compass, like a thing that had been waiting a very long time to be pointed in the right direction. Hagrid bought him a sausage roll the size of his forearm from a bakery off the alley's entrance, and Harry ate it while Hagrid explained Gringotts in terms that suggested he found the whole institution mildly intimidating, which Harry stored away for future reference, and then they were at the leaky cauldron which was dim and smelled like 1,000 years of firelight and warm ale, and the barman took one look at Harry and went white. Not pale. White. Like the blood had simply decided to be elsewhere. "Bless my soul," the barman said. "Is it? Harry Potter." And then there was a chain reaction, the turning of heads and the widening of eyes, and a young witch who shook his hand and didn't let go for an uncomfortable length of time, and Harry bore it all with good grace and genuine puzzlement because he did not understand what he had done that warranted this response from strangers, and this was a puzzle that sat alongside the other puzzle, the dream sky, the wings in the floor, the extinguished charm, waiting patiently for the context that would make sense of all of them. Hagrid tapped the brick wall with his umbrella and the alley opened, and Harry stepped through, and his first sight of Diagon Alley hit him like cold water and warm sun simultaneously, the crooked buildings leaning over the cobbled street, the shop windows full of things that moved and gleamed and smoked and sang, the witches and wizards in robes of every color moving through the crowd, the owls and cauldrons and jars of things he could not name and did not yet know that he needed. He stood in the entrance and breathed it in, and the coal in his chest blazed briefly hot. "Here," something in him said. "Closer." "Gringotts first," Hagrid said, and steered him through the crowd. Gringotts was marble and silence and goblins, small, clever-faced creatures with long fingers and longer memories, who looked at every human who walked through their doors with the particular expression of beings who have been underestimated consistently and have long since stopped caring about it. Harry, for the record, did not underestimate them. He looked at the nearest goblin the way he looked at the spiders in his cupboard, with genuine respect and a complete absence of condescension. The goblin, whose name was apparently Griphook, noticed. His sharp eyes cut to Harry and stayed there a beat longer than they did on Hagrid. The vaults were deep underground, reached by a rattling, stomach-lurching cart ride through tunnels that smelled of stone and metal and something very old. Harry liked it immediately. The depth, the dark, the way the torchlight threw shadows on the rough walls, it felt like being inside the earth itself, and the earth, like the sky, felt like something that knew him. His vault was further down than he'd expected. Deeper than the other vaults they passed, as if it had settled over years into a more fundamental layer of rock. When the door opened on a small mountain of gold coins, Harry felt nothing in particular about the money. He had no framework for what coins meant, not having had any, but he felt a great deal about the vault itself. The air inside was different. Charged. Like the air before lightning. And on the back wall, scratched deep into the stone in characters Harry didn't recognize and couldn't read and nonetheless understood completely, was a line of text. He stared at it. Hagrid was bundling coins into a pouch and didn't look up. The characters weren't English. They weren't any language Harry had ever seen in Dudley's school books. They were angular and flowing at once, and they traced themselves across the stone with the patient permanence of something very old, making sure it would not be forgotten. Harry reached out and pressed his fingers to the first character. The vault lit up white. Not the torchlight. Not a reflection. The walls, every surface, for 3 breathless seconds, blazing with that same cool white light that came from the crack in his cupboard wall, and then it died back down and the vault was just a vault again, and Hagrid had spun around with the coin pouch held in both hands like a shield. "Harry," Hagrid said, very carefully. "I didn't do that on purpose," Harry said. "Right." Hagrid's voice was doing that careful thing again. "Right. Let's go get your wand, then." Harry took one more look at the inscription on the wall. Then he turned and walked back to the cart, and the vault door swung shut behind him, and the darkness of the tunnel closed around them both like a held secret. Back in the alley, Hagrid steered him toward Madame Malkin's first, where he was fitted for robes by a pleasant witch, while a pale boy with precise blonde hair and the bearing of someone who had been told since birth that bearing mattered stood at the next fitting station and observed Harry with a sideways interest that he tried to disguise as disinterest and failed. "Hogwarts, too?" the boy said. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He said it the way you'd say Westminster Abbey or the Ritz, as if the name itself was an architecture that required admiration. Harry looked at him. Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy went still. Then something complicated moved through his face, the expected surprise, then something that might have been calculation, then the beginning of a smile that stopped halfway as he registered something about Harry's expression that didn't behave the way he'd anticipated. "You're the Harry Potter," Draco said. "I'm the only one I know of," Harry said pleasantly. Malfoy waited for something, awe, perhaps, at the name Malfoy, or deference, or some engagement with the social hierarchy he was clearly very invested in. Harry, who had grown up with the Dursleys and had become skilled at the cartography of ego, could read the whole architecture of the expectation. He smiled at Malfoy without any of the expected elements in it. Just a smile. Ordinary. Warm even. Utterly without either hostility or the submission Malfoy was looking for. It was, Harry suspected, more unsettling than hostility would have been. He was right. Malfoy spent the rest of the fitting slightly off balance, his carefully prepared conversational architecture disordered by the absence of the anticipated responses. He mentioned his father twice. Harry listened each time without either respect or resentment and redirected the conversation to the Quidditch supplies he'd seen in a window on the way past, which was the one topic on which Draco Malfoy forgot to be careful and became briefly, genuinely animated. There you are, Harry thought. That's who you actually are under all that. Ollivander's was the last stop. The shop was narrow and dusty and somehow larger on the inside than it looked from outside, the shelves rising high and packed with long thin boxes, and the smell was cedar and something else, something sharp and alive that Harry recognized in the same wordless way he'd recognized the inscription in the vault, and the old man who appeared from between the shelves had silver eyes that found Harry immediately and stayed. "I wondered," Ollivander said softly, "when I would see you." "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. The old man circled him slowly, and there was nothing predatory in it, more the attention of someone reading a book in a language they thought they knew but had just discovered contained words they'd never encountered. Curious. Very curious indeed. He tapped his lips with one finger. Right. Let's begin. Which is your wand hand? The process, Hagrid had told him, was usually quick. Try a wand, wave it, see what happens. Most people found theirs within a few tries. The first wand, vine wood, dragon heartstring, shot sparks into Ollivander's ceiling and left a scorch mark, and Ollivander said no, no, and took it back with an expression of mild alarm. The second, walnut, unicorn hair, bent when Harry touched it. Physically bent, like soft metal, which it was not. Ollivander retrieved it, very carefully. The third, willow, phoenix feather, split neatly along its length the moment Harry's fingers wrapped around it, the two halves falling to the counter without violence, without noise, just a clean and absolute refusal. By the seventh wand, Ollivander had stopped reaching for boxes automatically and begun standing very still between attempts, looking at Harry with a mixture of professional fascination and something it took Harry a moment to identify as reverence. Not the kind directed at famous, the kind directed at singular. The wands continued. Some sparked, some refused, some drooped, one, memorably, ignited. Nothing exploded, which seemed to be a relief to everyone, but nothing worked either. The boxes multiplied. Hagrid, seated in the corner on a chair that was not designed for someone his size, watched with increasingly wide eyes. At wand number 19, by which point Ollivander had gone very quiet indeed, the old wand-maker went to a back shelf that was separate from the others. Lower. Dust thick. He came back with a box that was darker than the rest, the lid slightly warped, the wood of it not lacquered but raw, unfinished. "I have never offered this one," Ollivander said. He was speaking carefully, the way Hagrid had spoken that morning on Privet Drive. "I made it 40 years ago, and I have never offered it, because I did not know what it was for." He set the box on the counter and opened it. The wand inside was pale. Almost white. The wood had a grain to it like water moving over stone, and it was not decorated or treated in any way, simply a piece of wood that had been, at some point, shaped by hands that knew what they were doing, and then left to wait. The core, Ollivander said, was a feather. Not phoenix. Not dragon heartstring, not unicorn. A feather of a bird that flew in no ordinary sky, that he had found on his windowsill one morning 30 years ago after a storm, and had known immediately was significant, and had worked into this wand with great care and no certainty whatsoever. "It fell from a clear sky," Ollivander said. "No clouds. No birds visible anywhere near my window when I looked. The feather was simply there. White as new paper." He looked at Harry. "I rather think it was waiting for this appointment." Harry picked up the wand. The shop breathed. Not a dramatic explosion. Not the sparks and showmanship of the other wand's failures. Just a settling, a deep, resonant pulse, like a single note from a bell too large to ring properly, felt in the chest rather than heard by the ears. The air in the shop went warm and bright for 1/2 second and then settled back to its usual dusty dim, except that now it felt more alive than before, as if the shop itself was paying attention. The wand fit his hand exactly. Not approximately. Exactly, the way something made for you fits, with that particular quality of correctness that you can't manufacture and can't mistake. Harry ran his thumb down the grain of the pale wood and felt the coal in his chest align with it like a compass needle finding north. "Remarkable," Ollivander said softly. He was gripping the counter's edge with both hands and he was not, Harry noticed, afraid. He was moved. "Remarkable. I have made 11,000 wands in my years, Mr. Potter, and I have never, not once, felt what I just felt." "What did you feel?" Harry asked. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. "Recognition," he said finally. "As if the wand wasn't choosing you. As if you were choosing it. Coming back to something you put down a very long time ago." He straightened, composing himself with the practiced dignity of a very old craftsman, and said, 7 galleons. "That includes the case." Harry paid. He held the wand carefully, not tight, the way you hold something that trusts you. Outside Ollivander's, Hagrid stood in the alley's afternoon light and looked down at Harry with an expression that had been building since the burned cupboard floor in the morning and had now arrived at something close to certainty. 19 wands, Hagrid said. "I didn't break most of them," Harry offered. "The one that bent wasn't strictly my fault, Harry." Hagrid's voice was gentle. Is there anything ye want to, do ye have questions? About any of it?" Harry thought about the vault wall and the inscription he couldn't read but understood. He thought about the crack in the back wall of the cupboard and the weight of wings in a dream sky and the green wax seal going dark like a snuffed candle at his near approach. "Yes," Harry said. "Quite a lot of them, actually." "Right," Hagrid said. "Right. It'll come in time, Harry." "Hogwarts'll," he stopped. Rubbed the back of his neck with one huge hand. "Hogwarts is a good place. Best place." He looked at Harry in a way that was simultaneously very protective and slightly helpless. Be careful who ye trust with what ye know. Is all I'm sayin'. It was not a nothing warning, coming from the Hogwarts groundskeeper and one of Dumbledore's most loyal friends. Harry stored it in the same place he'd stored every other data point and gave Hagrid a smile that was entirely genuine. "I'm always careful," Harry said. Hagrid nodded. Then he said, a bit gruffly, "Good lad, and bought them both ice cream from a cart on the corner, and they sat on a step in the middle of Diagon Alley while the wizarding world moved around them, and Harry ate his ice cream and looked at everything with the focused, joyful attention of someone who has been waiting for a very long time to arrive somewhere and has finally, done it. That night, back at Privet Drive, in his cupboard, which now felt too small not because of its dimensions but because Harry himself had expanded in some way he couldn't measure, the crack in the wall blazed white and strong and sustained, and Harry lay on his back and looked at it and understood, without being told, without yet having the language to fully articulate it, that the light in the crack was not coming from outside. It was coming from inside him. Coming through. He pressed both palms flat to the floor and felt the wood beneath him warm at the touch, and somewhere deep under the boards, in the grain of the wood and the settled weight of the house, there were two long shapes pressed into the floor like a signature, like a mark of passage, like something that had been trying to remember its own shape for 11 years and was finally, in the dark of a July night in Surrey, beginning to remember. He closed his eyes. The sky was there immediately. Black and starred and enormous. The wings spread wide. And for the first time in 11 years, he didn't fall back to sleep. He stayed there, in the space between the boy and the cupboard and the thing the crack remembered, and he breathed, and the light breathed with him, and somewhere in Hogwarts a very old man with half-moon spectacles set down his quill and looked at his instruments and found that one of them, a small silver device shaped like a spinning top, which monitored the seal he had placed on a certain scar 11 years ago, had gone still. It was not broken. Not yet. But it was breathing. And Dumbledore, who had not been afraid in a very long time, picked up his quill with a hand that was not entirely steady, and wrote one word on the parchment before him. Soon. Chapter 2, The Weight of Gold and Broken Things. The summer passed the way summers do when you're waiting for something, slowly at first, then all at once. Harry spent the weeks between Diagon Alley and September 1st reading every book he'd bought, not because he thought he needed to be ahead but because the books were genuinely interesting in the way that things are interesting when they illuminate a world you already half know. He read about transfiguration and felt the logic of it settle naturally into a framework he hadn't known he was building. He read about charms and recognized the language the way you recognize a song you haven't heard since childhood, not the words, but the melody, the shape of it, the way it moved. He read a history of magic from cover to cover and stopped 3 times at passages about events the book described as unprecedented or unclassified, sat with them, turned them over. The Dursleys had, after the letter avalanche and Hagrid's visit, achieved a new kind of equilibrium with Harry that was less hostility and more a wary distance, the way people maintain distance from something they can't categorize. Vernon still went red occasionally. Petunia still watched him with that layered, complicated expression. But the dynamic had shifted, subtly, permanently, in the way things shift when a door opens that everyone has been pretending was a wall. Dudley's tail had been removed by a local doctor who seemed happier not to know how it had gotten there. Dudley himself gave Harry a wide berth, which Harry found entirely agreeable. On the 23rd of August, Harry went into the back garden at midnight when the house was asleep and stood on the lawn and looked up at the sky and spread his arms. Nothing visible happened. No wings manifested. The air didn't do anything dramatic. But he felt it, the extension of himself into space, the sense of his own boundaries being larger than his body, the draft against something that wasn't quite skin, the old memory of how this worked. He stood there for 20 minutes with his arms wide and his eyes on the stars and let himself be as much of himself as he currently was, without pushing for more, without hiding from it either. A moth came and landed on his left hand. He looked at it. It looked at him with its dust-colored wings and its antenna working the air. "I know," he told it, for no reason he could have explained. The moth left. He went back inside and slept without dreams and woke up on the 24th feeling cleaner than he had in months. September 1st arrived on a Tuesday with thin clouds and the smell of early autumn making its opening argument, and Harry was at King's Cross by 10:30 with his trunk and his owl, whose name was Hedwig, a name he'd found in a history and which had felt correct in the same wordless way that the wand had felt correct, and a return ticket to a life that fit him. He found platform 9 3/4 without difficulty. He watched a cluster of redheads go through the barrier first, mother and 4 boys and a girl, the youngest boy his age approximately, the lot of them loud and warm and arguing cheerfully about something involving the oldest brother's prefect badge, and then he followed, simply walking toward the solid barrier with absolute certainty and letting the barrier decide what to do with that. It let him through. The train was red and enormous and breathing steam into the cool air of the hidden platform, and Harry loaded his trunk and found a compartment near the back and settled Hedwig in her cage and sat with his hands resting on his knees and watched the platform through the window with an expression of calm anticipation. The youngest redhead found him approximately 7 minutes later, knocking on the compartment door with the universal slightly awkward energy of someone who needs a seat and has run out of other options. "Everywhere else is full," he said. "Can I come in?" Harry said. He was Ron Weasley, he said, dropping into the seat across from Harry with the comfortable carelessness of someone who has never had to be careful about taking up space, which Harry found immediately likable. He had a smear of something on his nose and the kind of confidence that comes not from having been told you're special but from having been unconditionally liked by a lot of people for a long time. He looked at Harry with open curiosity. "I'm Harry," Harry said. Ron's eyes went to the scar. To his credit, he looked for only a second before dragging his gaze back to Harry's face with the slightly guilty expression of someone who knows that was rude and is mortified about it. "Sorry," Ron said. "It's just, everyone says my mum pointed you out on the platform." "I wasn't going to, it's fine," Harry said, and meant it. "What did she say?" "That you were Harry Potter and I should be respectful, which is code for don't embarrass me, which I sometimes do." He paused. "I've got 6 brothers. 5 brothers and 1 sister, I mean. Or 4 brothers and," he counted on his fingers. "I have a lot of siblings. I'm Ron." "You said," Harry said, smiling. "Right. Yes." Ron appeared to reach some internal decision and settled back in his seat. "Want some of my sandwiches? Mum made loads." "Yes, actually," Harry said, and this was the beginning of their friendship, as most genuine friendships begin, over food, in a small space, with one person's vulnerability and another person's simple acceptance of it. Ron's sandwiches were corned beef and thick cut, and Harry ate too, and they talked about Hogwarts and about Quidditch, on which Ron had extensive and passionate opinions, and about magic families and non-magic families and what it was like to grow up knowing and not knowing respectively, and somewhere in the middle of this Hermione Granger opened the compartment door and changed the character of the conversation entirely. She was looking for a toad that belonged to a round-faced boy named Neville who had arrived behind her with an expression of resigned worry that suggested his toad escaped regularly and he had accepted this as his lot. She had a book tucked under one arm and her hair was doing several things at once, and she looked at the two of them with the direct, slightly impatient focus of someone who has approximately 12 things to do and is currently on item 7. "Have either of you seen a toad?" "Brown, about this big," answers to Trevor. "Not recently," Harry said. "But try 3 carriages forward on the left side. There was a boy with a terrarium in his luggage when I passed and the latch looked unreliable." Hermione blinked. "How did you?" The lid was rattling. Sounded like something trying to get out rather than in. She processed this. Neville's face lit up like a sunrise. "That's probably him," Neville said. "He's always getting out of things, he's very determined." "I'll come with you," Hermione said, already turning. Then she stopped. Turned back. Looked at Harry in a way that was different from Ron's look, different from Ollivander's, different from anyone else's, not at the scar or at the famous Ness, but at him, with the precise, calibrated attention of a person whose intelligence works like a searchlight. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "Yes. I've read about you. There isn't much. The books don't really say what happened, they just say that you survived. Which isn't the same as explaining it." A pause. "That must be strange. Being famous for something you don't remember." Nobody had ever said that to him before. Not in exactly that way. "It is a bit strange," Harry said. She nodded, once, as if filing that information, and then she was gone down the carriage, and Harry watched the space she'd left in the doorway for a moment and thought that she was, quite possibly, the most interesting person he'd met so far. Ron was eating a chocolate frog. "She's a bit much," he offered, with the amiable honesty of someone sharing an observation rather than making a judgment. "She's brilliant," Harry said. Ron considered this. "Probably, yeah," he allowed. "Bit exhausting, being that brilliant. Probably worth it, though." They sat in companionable silence while the countryside unrolled outside the window, the summer fields going gold in the afternoon light. Neville came back 20 minutes later with Trevor held carefully in both hands and his round face still bright with relief, and Harry shifted over to make room and Neville sat and held his toad and they all ate Ron sandwiches until a witch with a trolley brought chocolate frogs and birdie bots and 3 flavors of pumpkin pasty. Hermione came back as they were crossing into Scotland and the light had gone purple and brilliant over the hills. She had changed into her robes and had her book under a different arm now, which Harry noted as evidence she'd been reading on her feet, which was not nothing. She looked at Harry again with that searchlight gaze. This time it stayed longer. "There's something different about you," she said, not rudely, simply as a statement of observed fact. She frowned slightly, as if the data didn't fit her existing categories and she found this irritating and interesting simultaneously. "I can't," she shook her head. "I'm good at reading people. I can usually tell, I don't know. It's like trying to read something written in a language that uses letters I recognize but words I don't." Ron looked between them with the expression of someone watching a chess game he doesn't quite follow. "You're doing fine," Harry said. "Am I?" She studied him. "You're not nervous. About Hogwarts, about the sorting, about any of it. But it's not, some people aren't nervous because they're not paying attention. You're paying enormous attention and you're still not nervous." "There's nothing to be nervous about," Harry said. "That's not," she stopped. Tilted her head. "Most people would say that and mean they're trying not to be nervous." "You mean it literally?" "Yes." She sat down. Not in the way she'd been hovering in the doorway, ready to leave, sat down, settling, as if she'd decided this compartment was where she was supposed to be. She opened her book. After a moment, she said, without looking up, "I'm Hermione Granger." "I know," Harry said. "You introduced yourself with Neville. You remembered." "I remember everything," Harry said simply. Ron was now watching them with the expression of someone who has accepted he is the least intellectually intense person in the room and has decided this is fine actually. "Hermione," Ron offered, as if adding something to a conversation that had moved slightly faster than him, "can you really do all those spells you mentioned before? The ones from the books?" "The ones I've practiced, yes." She looked up from the book. "I've been practicing since August. Most first years haven't tried any magic yet. I think it's important to be prepared." A brief, slightly defensive pause. "Not that there's anything wrong with not preparing. It's just, I prefer, knowing," Harry said. She looked at him. "Yes. Exactly. So do I." She smiled. It was a small smile but completely genuine, and it changed her face considerably. She had the kind of face that was interesting rather than immediately beautiful, all sharp angles and variable expressions, and when she smiled it was because something had actually struck her as worth smiling about, not because she thought she should. "Good," she said, and went back to her book. The train arrived at Hogsmeade Station in the thick dark of a Scottish evening, and Harry stepped off onto the platform into air that was cold and smelled of pine and water, and for the first moment he could think clearly since Privet Drive, he looked up at the sky. Stars. Thousands of them, no light pollution to drown them, brilliant and thick and ancient overhead, and Harry stood with one hand on his trunk and his face turned up and something in him went absolutely quiet. "There you are. Fur's years." Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform. "Fur's years, this way." Harry shouldered his bag and followed. The boats were small and the lake was black and enormous, and they crossed toward Hogwarts in the dark with the castle rising above them, lit from within, and it was the kind of sight that reached inside you and rearranged something. Harry sat in the front of a boat with Ron beside him and Hermione across, and he looked at the castle and felt the coal in his chest pulse steadily, warmly, like a heartbeat synchronized with something that had been waiting. "It's bigger than I imagined," Neville said from the back of the boat, and there was something in his voice, not just awe but relief, almost, like arriving somewhere safe, and Harry looked back at him and found Neville meeting his gaze, and there was a moment that passed between them that Harry couldn't have described, a recognition of some kind, gentle and quick. Neville blinked. Looked away. But his shoulders had dropped from his ears. The great oak doors opened. A woman in emerald robes with silver hair and the bearing of someone who had been waiting her entire life to meet competence and was frequently disappointed met them in the entrance hall. "I am Professor McGonagall," she said, in a voice that could have cut glass. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a few moments you will be sorted into your houses. This is the most important thing that will happen to you tonight." She delivered a brisk orientation speech with the efficiency of someone who had done this 40 times and still took it seriously, which Harry respected. He looked around the entrance hall while she spoke, at the high ceiling and the moving staircases visible through the door and the portraits of witches and wizards in gilded frames who were watching the first years with various degrees of interest. One portrait in particular was watching Harry. An old woman in a painting near the top of the stairs, severe-faced and wearing academic robes. She was looking directly at him with an expression that was not standard portrait curiosity, it was recognition. And something like relief. And, underneath both, carefully controlled but present, grief. When Harry met her painted gaze she pressed one hand to her heart. He had no idea who she was. He filed it away. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall. Harry had read about the Great Hall. Reading about it and walking into it were, he discovered, entirely different experiences. The bewitched ceiling, doing its honest business of reflecting the night sky above the castle, hit him in the sternum like a physical thing. He looked up at it, at the stars scattered across enchanted darkness, at the floating candles whose warm light caught the gold of the house tables and the faces of 500 students watching the new arrivals file in. He heard a murmur move through the hall when he entered. Felt the wave of recognition, there he is, Harry Potter, look, there, and he walked through it without breaking stride, without shrinking, without performing any emotion about it, simply walked through it the way he'd walked through the solid wall at King's Cross, with the calm certainty that the space would make room. The Sorting Hat was old and patched and sat on a stool at the front of the hall and sang a song about the 4 founders and their values and which house was best suited to which qualities. Harry listened with genuine interest. Students were called alphabetically. Hermione went first among their group, walking to the stool with the controlled energy of someone determined not to show how much they cared, and the hat had barely touched her head before shouting Gryffindor in a voice that made the table in red and gold erupt. She walked to the table with her chin up and her shoulders back and only the very slight unsteadiness of her first step betrayed how relieved she was. Neville went next, and the hat sat on his head for a long time, long enough that a few whispers circulated, and then said Gryffindor and Neville let out a breath that had clearly been held since the boat. Ron went with considerably less ceremony, the hat calling it before it was fully seated on his head, and the Gryffindor table cheered with the particular warmth of people welcoming someone they recognize. Potter, Harry. The whispers quadrupled. Harry walked to the stool, sat, and let Professor McGonagall place the hat on his head. Darkness. The brim over his eyes. The smell of old fabric and dust and something else beneath it, old magic, concentrated and aware. And then a voice in his ear, private and thoughtful, that began and then stopped, and then began again, and stopped again, and then said, "Oh." Just that. A long, held pause, and then, "Oh." Harry waited. "I have sorted 1100 years of students," the hat said slowly, not in the rushing conversation tone it usually used but in something more careful. "Every one of them, I have seen. Their courage, their ambition, their loyalty, their hunger for knowledge. I have seen great witches and wizards. Terrible ones. I have seen saints and I have seen monsters and I have seen everything in between. And I have never, it said, sat on a head like this one. Harry waited. Where shall I put you? It mused. You are brave, yes, but bravery isn't the word for what you are. You are clever, but cleverness is not the shape of it. You value loyalty and you are capable of ambition, but neither of those is the thing I am looking at. A pause, long and wondering. What I am looking at, Harry Potter, is something I have no house for. Something I do not have a category for. Something that sat down outside of time and decided to be a boy for reasons that have nothing to do with ambition or courage and everything to do with love, Harry thought, because it was true, because it was the truest thing about him, had always been the truest thing. The hat was quiet for a moment. Yes, it said softly. Yes, exactly. Then it said, aloud, in a voice that carried to every corner of the great hall, to 500 students and every teacher at the high table and the portraits on the walls and the candles burning steady overhead, I have sorted every kind of soul that walks. Tonight I will say only this, some things are beyond sorting. Some things are their own category. Gryffindor. The last word rang differently than the others had. The hall was silent for one full second, a real silence, not the anticipatory kind but the kind that follows something you know you'll remember. Then the Gryffindor table erupted, and Harry lifted the hat from his head himself, set it back on the stool with a nod of thanks, and walked to the red and gold table. He sat beside Ron. Hermione was across from him. She was looking at him again with that searchlight expression, and this time it had an additional quality in it, something she was working very hard to either hold on to or let go of. What did it say? She asked, quietly, under the noise of the final few sortings. It talked to you for almost 2 minutes. It never does that. It said it hadn't seen anything like me before, Harry said. Hermione held his gaze. And what did you say? I told it what I was. Which is? Harry picked up his goblet, turned it in his hands. The goblet was gold and the candlelight caught it warm. Not sure I have the right words for it yet, he said. But I'm working on it. She held his gaze for another moment, and then she nodded, slowly, with the deliberate quality of someone making a decision, and said, all right. And that was that. She passed him the bread rolls. Dinner was extraordinary. Harry, who had grown up on small portions and irregular meals, ate with the uncomplicated joy of someone who does not take food for granted, and the food at Hogwarts was spectacular. Roast chicken and lamb chops and 8 kinds of potato and sauces and puddings and things whose names he didn't know and ate anyway, and he listened to the conversations around him and was quietly satisfied by all of them. Ron's table commentary was funny and warm. Hermione's corrections were frequent and accurate. Neville, settled between 2 older students who were explaining herbology with great enthusiasm, gradually became almost entirely at ease. And at the high table, Professor Quirrell, nervous, turbaned, slight, turned his head and caught Harry's eye across the hall. Harry looked back. He did not know what Quirrell was, not yet. He knew only that something in the man registered wrong in a specific, structural way, like a 2-note chord where one note was the right pitch and one was deeply, fundamentally off. Like a room where the walls lined up correctly but the shadows fell in the wrong directions. He filed it away. Dumbledore rose at the end of the feast and looked out over the assembled students with those blue eyes that held, Harry thought, a very great many things, and Harry watched the old headmaster with calm, open attention. He was extraordinary. That was not in doubt. The magic that radiated from him was vast and layered and sophisticated, the kind of power that had been working on itself for a very long time. He was also, Harry thought, with the same uncomplicated clarity with which he noticed everything, deeply invested in a version of events that had Harry at its center in a particular way. As if Harry were a piece. He didn't resent it, particularly. He simply noted it. Then Dumbledore's gaze found Harry's across the hall, and something happened, subtle, not visible to anyone watching, but felt by both of them with complete clarity. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed fractionally. Not in hostility. In surprise. The look of someone who has been watching a clock and discovered it is running on a different time than they set it to. Harry held the gaze pleasantly, without aggression, without the deference the old man had almost certainly expected. Dumbledore looked away first. Harry ate a chocolate tart. The first night in the tower dormitory was loud. Ron and two boys named Dean and Seamus swapped discoveries about each other's backgrounds with the noisy enthusiasm of people who have just realized they are going to be sharing a room and have decided to make the best of it, and Harry listened from his bed with the curtains partially drawn and watched the dark square of the window and the stars visible through it, and thought about what the day had been. Diagon Alley. The vault inscription. 19 wands. The hat. The word the hat hadn't said but had been clearly thinking. What I am looking at is something I have no house for. He lay on his back with his hands behind his head and let the day settle around him like water finding its level, and after a while the dormitory went quiet, and after a while after that Ron started snoring with the cheerful volume of someone who clearly slept deeply and without guilt, and Harry lay still in the dark. He was asleep and not asleep in the way he'd learned, the floating space between where the sky was always there if he let it be, and he let it be, and the stars were there, and the wings were there, and he stretched them gently in the dream space, feeling the musculature of something larger than his current body, the memory of flight encoded somewhere below the level of thought. The window at the end of his bed was slightly open. The night air came in cold and clean from Scotland. A single feather drifted down from nowhere in particular and landed on the windowsill. White. Long luminous in the dark in a way that had nothing to do with the moonlight. Harry opened his eyes. Looked at it. It was still there in the morning when he woke, not dissolved, not imagined, sitting on the windowsill with the clean permanence of something real. He picked it up. It was lighter than it should have been, and warm, and the quill shaft was iridescent in the morning light, throwing colors that didn't have names. He tucked it inside the cover of his charms textbook. Some things were best understood slowly. The first week of classes established a rhythm and established several other things besides. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class was the first, and she opened with a demonstration, a match, and the instruction to turn it into a needle. The whole class struggled. Harry produced a needle on his second attempt without quite meaning to, which was to say he looked at the match and thought needle and was somewhat surprised to find it was one. McGonagall's expression when she examined it had multiple layers. The top layer was professional approval. Underneath that was something more complicated. She turned the needle over in her fingers and looked at Harry and said, "Good," in a tone that was clearly extraordinary with the volume adjusted. "Did it look right to you?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "I wasn't sure about the eye." "The eye is perfect," she said, and put the needle down with slightly more deliberation than the action required. Snape's potions class was something else. Harry had read about Snape. Not in any book, there were no books that covered Snape, but in the way you read a room you've never been in before, which is by paying attention to how other people move through it. The castle's history was in its walls and its portraits and its moving staircases, and something about the name Snape, when one of the portraits had mentioned it in passing, had registered as complicated, and Harry had stored that. The man himself was tall and black-robed and moved through his dungeon classroom with the particular contained precision of someone who has built extremely careful structures around themselves because the alternative is chaos. He was not a petty man. That was the first thing Harry noticed. Beneath the cold authority and the theatrical contempt and the entirely deliberate entrance, there was nothing petty. He was enormously intelligent and enormously wounded and had arranged the furniture of his personality around the wound with great skill, and Harry could see the furniture and he could see the wound and he did not find it difficult to feel compassion for both. "Potter," Snape said, at the beginning of the class, in the tone of someone setting a trap they are quite confident will work. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" He was looking at Harry with those black eyes, and Harry recognized immediately that this was not a question, it was an instrument, designed to demonstrate something. The question was whether it would demonstrate Harry's inadequacy or Snape's cruelty. Those were the two outcomes Snape had prepared for. Harry gave him a third one. Draft of Living Death, Harry said, without looking it up or pausing. One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. The addition sequence matters, asphodel into the wormwood infusion, not the reverse, because you need the alkaloids from the asphodel to bind to the compounds already activated in the wormwood base. If you reverse it you get a different viscosity and the potency drops by about 2/3. He paused. Why? Are you planning to make some? The last sentence was not meant to be rude. He was genuinely curious. He asked it in the same conversational tone as the rest of it. Snape stared at him. It was a very brief moment, a fraction of a second, but in that fraction, something happened behind the man's eyes that was neither the triumph of having caught someone out nor the irritation of having been shown up. It was something rawer than both. Something that looked like the beginning of being seen, which was, for Snape, clearly the most dangerous thing imaginable. He recovered instantly. No points for prior reading, Potter. Sit down. Harry sat down. He could see the back of Hermione's head 2 seats forward and the set of her shoulders communicated clearly that she had also known the answer and was doing meticulous internal work on not minding that Harry had been asked and she hadn't. After class, Ron fell into step beside him in the corridor and said, he hated that. He didn't, actually, Harry said. Ron blinked. He looked like he wanted to vanish you. He looked like that because I said something that didn't fit where he'd put me, Harry said. It's different from hate. Hate is simpler. Ron looked at him with the expression he was developing, which was an expression composed of 1 part genuine puzzlement, 1 part entertainment, and 1 part the slowly growing confidence that even when he didn't follow the reasoning, Harry's conclusions were worth trusting. You're a bit strange, mate, Ron said. I mean that nicely. I know, Harry said. Hermione joined them at the corner where the corridor met the stairs, her potions book already open in her hand, reading while she walked with the practiced ease of someone who had been doing it since she learned both skills. She fell into step on Harry's left without looking up from the page. Bezoar, she said, which was the answer to the second question Snape had asked, which neither of them had answered quickly enough for Snape's taste. I knew it. I should have said it. I was second-guessing myself. You were right, Harry said. I know I was right. I'd read the chapter 4 times. She looked up from the book. He wasn't going to let me answer anyway. No, Harry agreed. But you'd have known, and he'd have known you knew. She considered this. That would have been sufficient, I suppose. More than sufficient. She almost smiled. Went back to the book. They walked together to the great hall for dinner, the 3 of them, and it was such a natural formation, Ron on the right talking about Quidditch, Hermione on the left talking about potions, Harry in the middle simply present, listening to both, the architecture of an unlikely friendship already establishing its load-bearing walls. That evening, in the Charms corridor on the way back from the library, something happened that Harry had been expecting but not in this form. He was alone. Ron had gone to argue with Percy about something and Hermione had gone back for a book she'd forgotten, and the corridor was quiet with that after-dinner quiet that big stone buildings do so well, warm light from the wall torches, the distant sound of the castle's various inexplicable noises, and Harry was walking with his hands in his pockets and his mind considering the 3rd chapter of his defense against the dark arts book which was, he had decided, almost deliberately unhelpful. He passed a door. A specific door, not remarkable from the outside, plain wood, no plaque, but as he passed it he felt something from behind it. Not sound. Not smell. A quality in the air, a pressure, the same way you'd feel the bulk of something large standing very close even in the dark. He stopped. Turned to face the door. Whatever was behind it became aware of him at the same moment. He felt the awareness like a hand pressing against the other side of the door, and then a flinch. A recoil. As if whatever had turned toward him had immediately wished it hadn't. Harry stood in the corridor and waited, calmly, for 30 seconds. Nothing further. Just that recoil, and then a careful blankness, the deliberate non-presence of something trying very hard not to be noticed. He recognized the quality of it. He'd felt it at dinner, coming from the direction of the high table, from the turbaned Professor Quirrell. He walked on. He had what he needed for now. On the fourth day, two things happened in the same morning that pushed the situation forward in ways Harry hadn't anticipated the timeline on. The first was in charms with Professor Flitwick, who was small and enthusiastic and balanced on a pile of books and squeaked with excitement when he reached Harry's name in the register. The lesson was on the Wingardium Leviosa charm, basic levitation, first task, wave and swish, make the feather fly. Most of the class struggled. Ron's feather remained firmly earthbound while Hermione's shot immediately to the ceiling with the efficiency of someone who had been practicing in her bedroom mirror for 3 weeks. Harry sat before his feather and said, very quietly, Wingardium Leviosa, with the wand movement and the intention, and the feather lifted. This was expected. What was not expected was the other feathers. Not all of them. Not even most of them. But the 3 nearest Harry, on the desks immediately to his left, right, and in front, all rose simultaneously, 3 inches off their respective tables, and hovered in quiet attendance, following his feather's movement the way a compass needle follows north. Flitwick noticed. He climbed down from his books and came to stand beside Harry's desk and looked at the 4 floating feathers with the expression of a craftsman who has just seen something done with his tools that the tools were not, strictly speaking, designed for. Did you intend for the others to? No, sir, Harry said honestly. Remarkable. Flitwick climbed back up his books. Then back down. Truly remarkable. He looked at Harry with bright, curious eyes that were nothing like Snape's and everything like Ollivander's. Mr. Potter, are you certain? I'm certain I only cast the one charm, Harry said. I don't know why the others moved. Flitwick spent the rest of the lesson stealing glances at Harry with the concentrated distraction of a man trying to solve a problem at the back of his mind while keeping the front occupied with teaching. Harry let him look and focused on the lesson and was careful, for the rest of the class, to direct his intention very specifically so that only his own feather moved and the others settled. It took real effort. The magic around him had a quality of responsiveness, of orientation toward him, that he was going to need to understand better before he could fully manage it. The second thing happened on the way back from Charms, at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor, where a tapestry hung between 2 torches and the stone behind it was a slightly different color than the wall to either side. A charm. Fresh, complex, layered, not random magic but deliberate architecture, a ward pressed into the stonework, barely visible to anyone who wasn't specifically looking for it. Harry stopped in front of the tapestry. It felt different from the seal on Hagrid's correspondence. That had extinguished like a candle at Harry's proximity, passive, involuntary. This one was strong enough to push back against the proximity, to actually exert pressure, maintaining itself against his presence through deliberate craft. He looked at it with genuine appreciation. It was exquisite work, honestly. Subtle and layered and constructed with the kind of expertise that came from decades of practice, each charm woven through the next with the elegance of a master's hand. This person had been doing this a very long time. He stood before it. The ward pressed back. Harry pressed back harder, not with effort or aggression but simply by being fully present, the way you displace water by existing in it, the way the sun doesn't try to illuminate a room, it simply is itself, and the ward held for 1 breath, 2, and then the outermost layer went out like a candle, and then the second layer, and then the rest of it, smoothly and completely, each ward extinguishing in sequence as his full presence met it, until the stone behind the tapestry was just stone. Again. Harry looked at it for a moment. There was something there. A room, behind the wall. Small, no magical signature from inside. Empty currently. But used, recently, deliberately. A space someone had been meeting in, or keeping, or thinking in. He didn't go in. It wasn't his to go into yet, and there was a difference between being able to open every door and needing to open every door. He turned and walked to his next class. Behind him, in Dumbledore's office on the 6th floor, the spinning top instrument went still. Then began spinning again, faster than before. 3 other instruments joined it, all singing in different tones. Dumbledore sat very still at his desk for a long time. He picked up a quill. Set it down. Picked it up again. He was a man who had managed, over a very long life, to find an explanation for nearly everything. He was finding, in relation to Harry Potter, that his explanations were running approximately 3 steps behind the facts, and that the facts were showing no signs of slowing down. He wrote a note to Professor McGonagall that said only, "He is further along than I thought. We should speak." McGonagall, reading it in her office 3 floors down, set it on her desk and looked out of her window at the grounds below for a long time. Then she wrote back, "I know. I've known since the match. We should speak about what that means for your plans, Albus." The emphasis on your was not accidental, and both of them knew it. Somewhere between the 2nd floor and the Gryffindor Tower, Harry walked through a pool of afternoon light falling from a high window, and for a moment, just a moment, the light caught something about him that wasn't quite visible but wasn't quite invisible either, a quality of luminescence that had nothing to do with the sun, and a 6th-year girl passing in the other direction stopped and turned and stared at the empty corridor and couldn't have told you what she'd seen or why her heart was suddenly full. Harry climbed the stairs, book under his arm, thinking about potions homework and the question of what exactly was behind the 3rd-floor corridor that Dumbledore had warned them away from at the start of term feast, and the fact that Quirrell's hands shook when he passed Harry in the entrance hall, and the inscription in his vault, and whether he was going to try out for the Quidditch team. He was going to need more information about several things. That was fine. He was patient. He'd had 11 years of practice. Chapter 3, What the Castle Knows. The thing about Hogwarts that the books didn't prepare you for was that it was alive. Not metaphorically. Not in the way people said cities had personalities or old houses had character. Harry had read every book on the castle's history he could find in the library, and none of them had captured the fundamental truth of the place, which was that the stone itself paid attention. The staircases moved not randomly but deliberately, rerouting traffic with the mild authority of someone who has a better idea of where you need to go than you do. The portraits gossiped and reported and occasionally gave directions that were, with suspicious frequency, exactly right. The suits of armor occasionally shifted weight, turning slightly toward things that interested them. And the castle had opinions about Harry. This became apparent in the first week and undeniable by the second. Staircases rerouted for him without his asking, depositing him at useful locations rather than his intended destinations, and the useful locations were consistently more useful than where he'd been going. He found rooms he hadn't been looking for, a small alcove off the 3rd floor with an enormous window over the forest where the light was extraordinary at 4 in the afternoon, a passageway behind the Transfiguration classroom that cut 10 minutes off the walk to the Great Hall, a storage room off the library whose contents included books not on any student's list and whose subjects were, without exception, exactly what Harry had been thinking about. He didn't take this for granted. He thanked the castle the way he thanked things that helped him, quietly, sincerely, with a hand pressed briefly to the nearest wall. The first time he did that, in the 2nd corridor on a Tuesday, a portrait 3 feet away, an old wizard with a very long beard who had been pretending to be asleep, opened one eye and looked at Harry with an expression that could only be described as satisfied. "You feel it too," Harry said. "Been waiting for someone to notice for 200 years, the portrait said, and shut the eye again. Harry smiled and kept walking. Ron, when told about the staircases, accepted this information with the pragmatic philosophy of someone who had grown up in a magical family and had therefore calibrated his threshold for extraordinary considerably higher than average. "The castle likes you," he said, eating a pumpkin pasty. "Brilliant. Does it like me?" "It let you up the stairs when you were carrying that enormous Quidditch biography," Harry said. "I think that was deliberate." Ron considered this. "I'll take it." Hermione, when told, sat very still for a moment in the way she sat still when her brain was working faster than her expression could keep up with. "The castle is sentient," she said. "Aware, at least," Harry said. "Not sure if that's the same thing." There's nothing in Hogwarts, a history about," she stopped. Actually, there's a line in the 3rd chapter about the founder's enchantments being layered into the foundation stones, and I'd assumed it was metaphorical. She pulled out a piece of parchment and made a note. Then another. Then looked up. Does it talk to you? The castle? Not in words. She made another note. I need to revise my whole reading of that chapter. Let me know what you find, Harry said, and she nodded with the brisk enthusiasm of someone who has been given a very interesting problem, which was, Harry had learned in the 2 weeks since the sorting, Hermione Granger's natural habitat. The first Friday of October brought Quidditch tryouts, and Ron had been building toward them with the focused investment of someone for whom Quidditch occupied approximately 40% of his available emotional bandwidth. Harry had gone to the tryouts primarily because the castle had redirected him toward the pitch, and he'd decided to trust the implication. He'd borrowed Ron's copy of Quidditch Through the Ages and read it in a single evening, and had then had 2 specific thoughts. The first was that this was the most sensible and elegant sport he'd encountered, and the second was that the seeker position was interesting in the specific way that things are interesting when they match a skill you already have, which in this case was the ability to sense the position and movement of things at a distance without quite being able to explain how. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, was a 7th year who discussed Quidditch strategy with the intensity of a general discussing a campaign, and whose excitement when Harry caught the training snitch 3 times in a row before Wood had even fully explained the role was nearly religious. You've never played before, Wood said, for the 3rd time, staring at the snitch in Harry's hand. No, Harry confirmed. You knew where it was. I could feel it, Harry said, which was true, which was also slightly more complicated than that, but was sufficient for the purposes of the conversation. Wood looked at the snitch. Looked at Harry. Made a decision. Seeker, he said. First-year seeker. First in a century. McGonagall is going to, he seemed to realize he was narrating his own thought process to a stranger. You're on the team. Harry pocketed the snitch. Wood had to ask for it back, which Harry surrendered with good-natured apology, and walked back to the castle beside Ron, who was vibrating with an enthusiasm that was equal parts excitement about Harry's achievement and the slightly complicated emotion of a person who hadn't made the team and was choosing to prioritize the friendship over the feeling. Harry noticed the choice Ron was making and found it more impressive than the Quidditch. You can help me practice, Harry said. I need someone who knows the game. Ron's face did several things at once and arrived at genuine pleasure. Yeah. You know every rule, every play, every historical seeker strategy. That's more useful to me than someone who can catch. I can also catch, Ron said, with dignity. Then you can do both. Ron decided to take this as a given. They walked back to the tower arguing about whether the Wronski feint was more effective against experienced or inexperienced keepers. Ron's position was experienced, which Harry initially disputed and then came to agree with after Ron's supporting evidence turned out to be genuinely convincing. The problem with Quirrell escalated into something Harry needed to address more actively on the Wednesday of the 3rd week of October. It had been building in layers. The tremors that moved through the man whenever Harry passed near him. The way the temperature shifted around him, almost imperceptible, a drop, like standing near a window with a cold outside rather than standing near a person. The stammer that Harry had initially read as a nervous habit and now understood was something more structural, as if the voice had 2 owners and one of them was working to suppress the other. The defense against the dark arts classes were useless, which Harry had gathered from the books but experiencing confirmed. The material Quirrell taught had the quality of information delivered by someone who hoped nobody would look too closely at it, and the class had responded by not looking too closely at it, with the exception of Hermione, who looked closely at everything and was consequently quietly furious about the syllabus. But it was the Wednesday lesson, when Quirrell turned to write on the board, that the thing Harry had been sensing resolved into clarity. The turban. Harry had been looking at it for weeks without quite looking at it, circling the specific wrongness of that wrongness without landing. But in that moment, watching Quirrell write with his back to the class, he felt it with absolute precision, the 2-note chord he'd identified on the train, the one real pitch and one deeply wrong one, and understood, in the same way he understood things without quite being able to say how, that the wrong note was not coming from Quirrell. It was coming from the back of the turban. He sat with this information for the rest of the lesson with the stillness of someone who has just identified a specific danger and is thinking about it properly rather than reacting to it. The danger was not immediate in the way violence is immediate. It was the patient danger of something that was looking for something specific and hadn't found it yet. Harry had a fairly good idea of what it was looking for. After class, he waited until the other students had filed out, Hermione last, giving him a questioning look that he returned with a slight shake of his head that meant later, and then he was alone in the classroom with Quirrell, who was erasing the board with his back turned and every line of his body communicating a wish to be alone. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said. Quirrell's hand stopped on the board. Every muscle in his back stiffened with the quality of controlled panic. "P. Potter," he managed, without turning around. "I wanted to ask about the third chapter," Harry said. "The counterjinxes section. The analysis of the finite incantatem variations seemed incomplete. I was wondering if you could recommend supplementary reading." This was a completely legitimate request. Harry made it in a completely normal tone, standing in the middle of the classroom, making no move toward the man. Quirrell turned around. They looked at each other. Harry watched the two-note quality of the man with open, calm attention, Quirrell's own anxiety on the surface like weather on water, and beneath it, behind it, the cold and patient and very old intelligence housed at the back of his skull, which had registered Harry's presence with a sudden, violent stillness. Like a thing caught in the open. There are several texts," Quirrell said, stammering more than usual. "I would consult Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard, although naturally, I've read it," Harry said. "Twice. I found the analysis of layered counterjinxes a bit superficial. There's a passage in Old and Forgotten Bewitchments and Charms that's more thorough, but it's a restricted text, so I'd need authorization." He paused. "Would you be able to sign for it?" Quirrell was staring at him. Both of him, the frightened man in front and the cold intelligence behind, were staring at Harry with different qualities of the same fundamental reaction, the recognition that this was not what they'd expected. Yes, Quirrell said. "Yes, I can arrange that." "Thank you," Harry said pleasantly, gathered his bag, and left. In the corridor, Hermione fell into step beside him from a doorway she'd been waiting in, and Harry looked at her sideways. "You didn't leave," he said. "You shook your head, not nodded," she said. "That means not right now, not go away." She glanced at him. "What was that about?" "Assessing something," Harry said. "The professor?" "Partly." He considered how much to say. Hermione was the most precise thinker he'd met at Hogwarts, more precise than anyone else in their year, possibly in the school, and she had the quality that genuinely intelligent people had of updating her positions when given new evidence rather than defending old ones. "You know how I said Quirrell registers wrong? You said he felt discordant. I said that was an unusual word. It was accurate, though." "Yes," she said, with the slight irritation of someone admitting to something they'd wanted to dispute. "I've noticed it too. The temperature thing." "It's not him," Harry said. She processed this. "The turban." He looked at her. She looked back with her chin level and that searchlight gaze. "I've been thinking about it since the first week. The turban is never removed, there's no cultural context for it that I can find, and the garlic, I know everyone assumes it's a quirk, but garlic is a classic repellent. He's not trying to keep things out, though. He's trying to keep something in." She paused. "Or keep it from affecting him." "How long have you known?" Harry asked. "I suspected," she said. "I didn't know until you said it." She was quiet for a moment, walking. "What is it?" "In the turban." "Something old," Harry said. "Something that's looking for something. Something that's currently very much hoping I don't look too closely at it." "Did it know you were assessing it?" "Yes." "And it let you walk out?" "It didn't have a choice," Harry said simply, which was true, and which Hermione received with a long pause and then a very careful nod, and then silence, because she was working with the information she had, and the information she had was producing conclusions that she was examining from multiple angles before she said any of them out loud. "We should tell someone," she said finally. "Eventually," Harry said. "When I know more about what it's looking for." He glanced at her. "Will you help me research something?" "What something?" "Historical accounts of spirits or intelligences that survive bodily death and require a host." Hermione's expression was the controlled face of someone keeping an extraordinary reaction contained. "I'll start tonight," she said, in a voice that was entirely steady. "Thank you." "Harry," she said, and it was the first time she'd used his name unprompted, without introduction or context, just his name. He looked at her. "Are you in danger?" "I don't think so," he said. "I think it's the other way." She held his gaze. "From you?" "From whatever finds out what I am," he said, "before I've finished figuring it out." She thought about this for the rest of the walk to dinner, working it over in that precise and tireless internal engine she had, and then she sat across from him at the Gryffindor table and opened her notes and began writing a research list, and Harry ate his soup and watched the candlelight, and Ron arrived loudly from a practice run on the pitch and dropped into his seat and stole half of Harry's roll before noticing the expression on Hermione's face. "What's happened?" Ron said. "Research project," Hermione said. Ron looked at Harry. "Research project at dinner. That's serious." "Eat your food," Harry said. "I'll explain when we know more." Ron ate. But he was watching Harry with an attentiveness he didn't often show. The comedy dropped, the real Ron underneath it, loyal and sharp and wholly committed to the people he'd chosen, looking at him with calm, unfussy solidarity. Harry appreciated it more than he could have easily said. 3 days later the broomstick arrived. Harry was at breakfast when McGonagall appeared at his shoulder with a long wrapped parcel and set it beside his pumpkin juice with the careful neutrality of someone maintaining professional composure over a personal excitement. She told him, quietly, that this was his Nimbus 2000, that no first year had played Quidditch in a century, and that he should not tell his classmates the model, the latter of which was immediately irrelevant because the parcel's shape was unmistakable, and by the time McGonagall had returned to the staff table the word Nimbus was already moving down the Gryffindor table at conversation speed. Draco Malfoy, who had arrived for breakfast at the Slytherin table in time to overhear, looked across the hall with an expression he was working to keep blank and failing at the edges. Harry felt the look and glanced over. Malfoy held the gaze with practiced cool. Harry looked back with no particular hostility and no particular deference and then went back to his toast, which seemed to be the response that irritated Malfoy most consistently. The boy required being treated as remarkable in some direction, positively or negatively, and Harry simply treated him as a person, which was apparently destabilizing. The parcel sat beside his breakfast. He hadn't opened it yet. "You're not opening it," Ron said, vibrating. "I know what's inside." "Yes, but," Ron gestured expressively at the parcel, communicating that the correct response to a Nimbus 2000 was to open it immediately and possibly hold it above one's head. "Later," Harry said. "At the pitch. First time I touch it should be outside." Ron considered this. "That's actually, yeah, that's right," he conceded. "That's the right way to do it." Hermione looked up from her notes. "It arrived with a letter from Professor McGonagall. Does that mean she doesn't know how you caught the snitch in the tryout? That she thinks it was just natural talent?" "Everyone thinks it's just natural talent," Harry said. She looked at him with that precise gaze. "Is it?" "In a sense," Harry said. "That means no," she said, and went back to her notes. After breakfast Ron accompanied Harry to the pitch while Hermione went to the library with 3 feet of notes and a determination that had something fierce in it. She'd been in there every evening since Harry had asked for her help, and whatever she was finding, she hadn't brought it to him yet, which meant she was being careful, which meant she'd found something significant and wanted to be certain before she said it out loud. At the pitch, In the sharp October air with the morning frost still visible on the grass and the forbidden forest dark at the edge of the grounds, Harry unwrapped the Nimbus 2000 and held it. A broomstick. A very good one, the finish was perfect, the twigs arranged with aeronautical precision, the balance extraordinary when he passed it from hand to hand. It was a crafted thing, made by people who loved the making, and Harry respected it for that. He threw his leg over. Felt the broom respond to his weight and intention with the immediacy of something well-made and well-matched. He pushed off from the ground. The air hit him like cold water, immediate and total, and then he was 20 feet up and 30 and 50 and the wind was in his hair and the castle was below him and the sky was everywhere. He leveled off at 100 feet and hung there, arms slightly out for balance, the broom humming with velocity, and looked up at the wide grey October sky of Scotland, and for a moment, for one pure, ringing moment, it was the same. Not exactly the same. Not the dream sky with its impossible stars and the white gold light of those wings. But the same quality of it. The same rightness. The same alignment. He breathed in cold Scottish air and felt enormous. Ron, from 40 feet below, shouted something that the wind took away. Harry looked down at him, tiny and red-haired and waving both arms, and then banked left and dove, pulling out of the dive at the last possible moment, 10 feet from the ground, and came around in a long wide circle that took him back out over the pitch at full speed. He wasn't performing. He wasn't showing off. He was just, being this, in this body, in this sky, in this life he'd been given, and for a few minutes that was enough to simply be. When he came down, Ron's face was the color of his hair. "You were born on a broomstick," Ron said. "Not exactly," Harry said. "I'm not even, you dove straight down, Harry." "You were going to hit the ground, I wasn't," Harry said. "You knew you weren't." "Yes." Ron stared at him. Then he exhaled. "You're brilliant and terrifying." "Thank you," Harry said. "That was the compliment," Ron said. "Not, both of those were the compliment." Harry smiled and slung the broom over his shoulder, and they walked back to the castle in the morning light, and Ron talked about the dive the entire way and Harry listened and the sky was still bright behind them. Hermione found them at lunch. She sat down, placed a piece of parchment face down between them, and looked at Harry with an expression he hadn't seen from her before. Not the searchlight. Not the brisk efficient attention. Something quieter. Something that was the result of spending 4 nights in the library with a specific question and arriving at an answer that was bigger than the question. "I found it," she said. "What did you find?" Ron said. She looked at Harry, not Ron. "I need to tell you first. Then you tell Ron." She pushed the parchment toward Harry. "Because I want you to hear it from me and I don't want to say it wrong." Harry turned the parchment over. She had written, in her meticulous hand, a summary of her research. 5 sources, cross-referenced, with dates and editions noted. The subject line at the top said, "Soul parasitism and voluntary possession, historical accounts and theoretical frameworks." He read it. It took 4 minutes. When he looked up, Hermione was watching him with her hands flat on the table. "He's still here," Harry said. "The evidence strongly suggests," she said. "The killing curse, the night your parents died. If he used it, and it rebounded, and failed entirely, which seems to be what happened, then there's a theoretical framework in advanced defensive magic of the 16th century that covers what happens to a soul that has done the things necessary to split itself." She paused. Horcruxes are mentioned. Briefly. The author didn't want to write about them in detail. "What are they?" Ron said. "Objects made by dark magic to house a fragment of a soul," Hermione said, with the controlled tone of someone presenting deeply disturbing information professionally. "If you have one, if you've anchored part of yourself in an object, you can survive your body being destroyed. You persist. A shade. Looking for a host, or a body, or a way back." She looked at Harry. "He's in the castle." Yes, Harry said. Inside Professor Quirrell. Yes. Ron had gone very still. And he's looking for something, Hermione continued. Something in the castle that would let him rebuild himself. Return fully. She met Harry's eyes. There's something on the third floor. Yes, Harry said. You already knew, she said, and it wasn't an accusation. More the completion of a picture. I knew most of it, Harry said. You confirmed the parts one wasn't certain about. The Horcrux framework, I hadn't found that. I had to go into the restricted section, she said. I used the authorization slip Quirrell signed for you. Technically you authorized me to be there. Technically, Harry said. I signed your name. I appreciate it, Harry said. Ron let out a breath. So Voldemort, he said the name deliberately, with the slight effort of someone overriding a conditioned flinch, and both Harry and Hermione looked at him and he sat slightly straighter. Voldemort is in our defense against the dark arts teacher's turban. Currently. And he's looking for whatever's on the third floor which we're definitely not supposed to go near. That's a fair summary, Hermione said. And Harry already knew this. Most of it. Ron looked at Harry. What are you going to do about it? Harry considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. He turned his goblet on the table, watching the pumpkin juice move. Watch, he said. Understand. Know when it starts to move. He looked up. Whatever's on the third floor, Dumbledore put it there. He knows Voldemort is looking for it. So either it's a trap, or he doesn't know the trap is already inside the castle wearing a turban. He paused. I need to figure out which. You're going to go to Dumbledore? Hermione asked. Not yet, Harry said. She looked at him carefully. Why not? Harry thought about the seal on Hagrid's letter, going dark at his nearness. The ward in the second-floor corridor, extinguishing as he stood before it. The silver instruments on Dumbledore's desk that had begun spinning faster after the ward came down. He thought about what Hagrid had said in the morning light on Privet Drive, be careful who you trust with what you know. Because Dumbledore has his own plans, Harry said, and I don't know enough about them yet to know whether going to him helps or complicates. Hermione and Ron looked at each other. Something passed between them, the beginning of the specific kind of trust that requires acknowledging you don't fully understand but choosing to proceed anyway. All right, Ron said. What do we do in the meantime? Learn everything we can, Harry said. And watch Quirrell. I'll keep researching, Hermione said, pulling the parchment back. There's more on the Horcrux theory. I want to know how many. She stopped. I don't think one is enough to explain surviving a rebounded killing curse. I think there might be more. I think so too, Harry said quietly. She wrote something on the parchment. How long have you thought that? Since I read the chapter in A History of Magic on the First Wizarding War, Harry said. The timeline doesn't make sense with a single anchor. He was too confident. She looked up. You worked out Horcrux theory from the First Wizarding War chapter in A History of Magic. Approximately. That book barely covers the war. There are 3 paragraphs. There's enough, Harry said. If you know what you're looking for. She stared at him for a moment, and then she did something he hadn't seen her do before, she laughed. A short, involuntary, genuine laugh that she immediately attempted to suppress and mostly failed to. She pressed her fingers to her mouth. Her eyes were bright. What? Ron said, looking between them. Nothing, Hermione said, composing herself with dignity. He's just, she shook her head. Impossible? Harry offered. Unprecedented, she said firmly, and went back to her parchment, and the small smile stayed at the corner of her mouth for the rest of lunch. It happened on a Thursday evening in late October. Harry was in the library, alone, in the alcove at the far end that the castle had shown him on his second week, tucked behind the astronomy section, barely large enough for one chair and the small table he dragged in from the adjacent row, lit by a torch that the library kept lit even after hours because the castle did things like that for Harry now. He was reading a book called Thresholds and Liminal Spaces in Classical Magical Theory, which was not on any curriculum but which the storage room off the library had offered him 3 days ago and which was, as advertised, exactly relevant to several things he was currently thinking about. He was deep in a chapter on the relationship between magical barriers and intentionality, the argument that a charm held by deliberate will was fundamentally different in structure from one held by passive enchantment, and that the first could be reasoned with while the second could only be overridden, when he felt it. The same quality he'd felt from the second-floor wall. The same deliberate architecture of compressed magical will. But larger. Much larger. Not in a wall. In the air, 4 feet to his left, in the empty space between the astronomy shelves and the window. He looked at the space. The charm was sophisticated, invisibility adjacent, not quite a disillusionment charm but something more layered. A monitoring ward, he thought, the kind that recorded without revealing. Someone was watching this section of the library. He went back to his book. Read another page. Let his presence simply fill the space the way it did, not actively, not pushing, just being fully himself in the room, which was sometimes sufficient. The outer layer of the ward unraveled. He turned the page. The second layer. He read a paragraph about thresholds. The third layer collapsed with a sound like a held breath released, and in the space the charm had occupied there was now nothing, just air, and the faint smell of old paper, and the sense of the castle around him, present and paying attention. He closed the book. Sat with his hands on the table and thought about what it meant that Dumbledore, because this was Dumbledore's work, he recognized the craft now, the specific elegance of it, was monitoring the library. Specifically this corner. Specifically around the time Harry had started coming here. He was being watched. Not maliciously. He didn't read malice in it. He read anxiety. The old man was worried about what Harry was learning and how fast, and had placed monitoring wards in the places Harry frequented, and Harry had been walking through them for weeks without noticing them immediately because they were genuinely excellent work and because he hadn't been looking for them specifically. He had been looking for them specifically for the past 5 days. In the past 5 days he had found 11. He wasn't angry. He was, if anything, more curious, about Dumbledore's specific concerns, about the architecture of the plan Harry was apparently part of, about what the old man believed Harry to be and why the prospect of Harry learning things quickly was something that required this degree of monitoring. He gathered his books, said good night to the castle in the general way he developed, and walked back to the tower. On the staircase he met Neville, who was coming down in the direction of the common room, expression slightly distracted. They'd been developing a comfortable acquaintance, the kind that doesn't require a great deal of conversation, built more on shared space and the specific ease Neville seemed to feel whenever Harry was nearby, which Harry had noticed but hadn't yet said anything about because Neville was still working something out about himself and Harry didn't want to rush it. "Neville," Harry said. "You all right?" "Yeah," Neville said, and then, with more honesty than he usually allowed himself, Gran sent a letter. It was fine. She said she was pleased about herbology. He hesitated. That's what she said. And the rest? Neville's mouth did a complicated thing. She mentioned my dad. Like, what he would have expected. A pause. She does that a lot. Harry sat down on the stair. It was an unhurried, unperformative motion, simply sitting, as if there were nowhere else to be and no reason to rush. Neville looked at him with a small surprise, and then sat too, a few steps down, arms on knees. My parents are dead, Harry said. I never knew them. I've got a scar from the night they died and everyone in the magical world has a story about it. He looked at the wall. What that is other people's stories about me that I didn't get to be part of. Other people decided what it meant before I was old enough to have an opinion. Neville was very still. Your Gran loves you, Harry said. And she's doing what people do when they love you and are frightened for you, she's pointing at the person she thinks you should be, hoping you'll become it before something hurts you. He glanced down at Neville. But you're already becoming yourself. That's just harder to see from outside. Neville looked at him. How do you? I've never told you about, you didn't need to, Harry said simply. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then, your parents, Harry. Do you want to know about them? People who knew them? Yes, Harry said. Very much. My gran knew them. My parents did too, before. He swallowed. If you wanted to know things. I'd appreciate that, Harry said. When you're ready. Neville nodded. They sat for another moment in the companionable silence of two people who have said something real to each other and are letting it settle. Then Neville said, with a different quality, the lower register of someone stating an observation they've been sitting with for a while, it's easier to breathe when you're around. I know that sounds strange. It doesn't, Harry said. It's like when a room's been stuffy and someone opens the window. Neville looked at him carefully. Like something that was pressing is just, not pressing. When you're there. Harry looked at him. Neville met his gaze with the steadiness of someone who has decided to say a true thing and isn't going to unsay it. I'm glad, Harry said quietly. Neville nodded. I thought you should know. He stood, brushing off his robes. Good night, Harry. Good night, Neville. He sat on the stair for another few minutes after Neville had gone, alone with the castle, and felt the weight of what Neville had said turning in him. Not like a puzzle. Like a responsibility, gentle, real, not heavy but present in the way things are present when they matter. He knew what he was. He'd known in fragments for years and was knowing in larger pieces now. He knew what the wings in the floor meant and what the crack in the cupboard wall meant and what the feather on the windowsill meant and what the light that blazed under his hands when he pressed them to the vault wall meant. He was not afraid of it. He had never been afraid of it. But he was careful with it, the way you are careful with something that has weight, that can help or harm by how it lands, that requires the specific care of someone who knows they are large and is choosing to be gentle. He walked up the rest of the stairs to the tower. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's instruments spun. 3 of them had cracked their casings in the past 2 weeks. A fourth, shaped like an hourglass, had begun running backward, the sand flowing up, smooth and steady, against all the rules it had been made to obey. Dumbledore sat before them in the late dark of the Thursday night, and he was not the magnificent, assured Albus Dumbledore that the paintings showed and the histories celebrated. He was an old man with reading glasses he hadn't needed until this year, and his hands on the desk were still, and his face was doing something that the faces of very powerful people sometimes do when they are absolutely alone. It was doing the thing they never let anyone see. He picked up the quill. Set it down. Picked it up again. On the parchment before him, he wrote a single sentence, and underlined it twice, and then sat looking at it for a long time. He is not what I prepared for. The fire in the grate went quiet. The instruments spun. Outside the window, against the dark Scottish sky, a feather drifted upward, as if gravity had decided, for this one thing, not to apply, white and luminous and unhurried, rising on no wind, toward the thick cover of stars above the castle. And somewhere in the boys' tower dormitory, in the space behind closed eyes, a sky without edges stretched open like a waking word, and the wings remembered. Chapter 4, Pressure and Light. November arrived like an argument. The Scottish weather dropped its pretense of autumn pleasantry and committed fully to its actual character, cold that had opinions, wind that came at you sideways, rain that was less falling and more inhabiting the air until you were simply inside it whether you liked it or not. The lake went from grey to black. The forest closed in on itself. The castle responded by deepening its warmth, the fires in every grate burning higher without anyone adding wood, the torches in the corridors going golden instead of amber, the portraits pulling their robes tighter in their frames. Harry found November interesting. He liked the way the weather made everything more honest. People dropped their social performances when they were cold and wet, they became funnier and more direct and occasionally more cruel, and all three were more interesting than the careful performance of comfort. Ron became louder and funnier in bad weather, which Harry hadn't thought was possible. Hermione became more focused, channeling the ambient discomfort into the clean burn of application. Neville bloomed unexpectedly in herbology, which Harry suspected was because the greenhouses were warm and full of things that grew despite difficulty, and Neville seemed to find that specific fact profoundly encouraging. Harry himself ran in the mornings. Not as training, exactly, more as a practice of being in a body, being in weather, being in the world. He'd started the first week of term and hadn't stopped. 5 in the morning, when the castle was stone quiet and the grounds were dark and the air was whatever it was, and he ran the perimeter of the lake in his trainers and Quidditch kit and let the cold have him. The castle watched him through its windows. He'd noticed. The lights in the lower floors tracked with him sometimes, not obviously, not dramatically, just present. He didn't mind. On the second Tuesday of November, the Gryffindor Quidditch team had their first proper match practice, and would hand it out plays with the focused intensity of a general who had waited 7 years for an army worth using. He'd constructed a strategy around Harry's seeking style specifically, fast, low-altitude hunting rather than the traditional high-hovering observation, and the Weasley twins, Fred and George, who played beater with the synchronized joy of people who were born doing exactly the right thing, had adapted their formation to account for it. Harry liked Fred and George immediately and completely. They were loud and irreverent and their humor had the specific quality of genuine intelligence that had decided dignity was a waste of time, and they treated Harry as a person rather than a name, which was refreshing, and they flew with an artistry that made him watch them rather than the practice snitch because watching them was more educational than what he was supposed to be learning. Potter, Fred said, hovering beside him during a water break. Question. Go ahead. You don't ever seem to look for the snitch, George said, from his other side. They had the habit of finishing each other's sentences not from lack of independent thought but from surplus of shared one. Not with your eyes, anyway, Fred said. How do you know where it is? Harry thought about how to answer that honestly without being complicated. I feel the air around it, he said. A snitch moves by displacing air. The displacement has a pattern. Once you know the pattern you can map where it is without seeing it. The twins looked at each other. That's, Fred said. Extraordinary, George finished. It's just attention, Harry said. Our seeker, Fred said, to no one in particular, who can feel the air, is telling us it's just attention. I feel validated, George said, and also slightly inadequate, and both feelings are new. Harry smiled. Your beater anticipation is the same thing. You don't wait to see the bludger, you're already moving. The twins were briefly silent. Which for the Weasley twins was the equivalent of a long, stunned pause from anyone else. He's right, Fred said. Deeply unsettling how right he is, George agreed. He's been here 2 months. I've been watching you, Harry said. Right, Fred said, and clapped him on the shoulder. You're staying on this team as long as we're on it. I wasn't planning to leave, Harry said. They flew back into practice formation, and Wood blew his whistle, and Harry let the snitch off its lead and felt it move through the air like a disturbance in a current, and tracked it without looking, simply present, simply listening. He caught it in 43 seconds. Wood said something that sounded like a prayer. The first real confrontation with Snape came on a Friday. Harry had been waiting for it, not with dread but with the patient attention he gave things that were building toward a necessary moment. Snape's behavior in class had been consistent, the cold precision, the deliberate targeting of specific students' inadequacies, the absolute refusal to give Harry the satisfaction of either praise or legitimate criticism. Harry had, in response, been consistent in return, excellent work, quiet manner, zero visible reaction to the targeting of others, which Snape clearly found more unsettling than any reaction would have been. The Friday was a double potions, and they were attempting a basic boil cure, and Neville's cauldron was having a difficult morning, and Snape moved through the room with the circling efficiency of something that had already selected its target. Harry was watching Neville's cauldron from across the table and had already identified the problem. The porcupine quills had gone in too early, before the heat was reduced, and the potion was developing in a direction that was not going to improve without intervention, and was about to say something when Snape arrived at Neville's station and looked down at the cauldron with the expression of someone who has found exactly what they expected and is going to make use of it. "Longbottom," Snape said, and the way he said it was a whole sentence. Several sentences. Neville froze. "What," Snape continued, "is this?" "I think the quills," Neville began. "I am aware what the quills did," Snape said. "I am asking what possessed you to add them at this stage of the process when even a cursory reading of the instructions would have, Professor," Harry said. The room went quiet. Not the anticipatory quiet of people waiting for entertainment, the different quiet of people who have felt the temperature change and are holding still. Snape turned. He was very good at turning, it was an art form with him, the slow rotation that communicated the full weight of his attention. He looked at Harry with those flat black eyes. "Potter." "Neville misread the timing notation," Harry said, which was not a defense in the tone of "please don't be mean," it was a statement of fact in the tone of "let's be precise." The instruction sheet uses Roman numerals for the step sequence and the heat notation uses the same font, which makes the crossover point genuinely ambiguous. "I nearly made the same error." This was true. The instruction sheet was, in fact, poorly formatted. Harry had caught the ambiguity early and the fact that he had meant he'd been half watching Neville's station with the specific interest of someone who knew the pitfall was there. Snape looked at him. Not with the expected contempt. With something more layered, the way he'd looked at Harry after the draft of Living Death answer on the first day, that raw, brief flash of something being recalibrated. "Fascinating," Snape said, in a voice that was carefully neutral. "And your solution, Potter? Since you've appointed yourself the expert on the matter." "Remove the heat entirely. The reaction's early enough that it can be reversed with a cooling charm applied to the base, not the surface, the base. Give it 3 minutes, then add a stabilizing agent." Harry paused. "Baking soda would work. It's in the supply cabinet, 3rd shelf." A silence. Snape looked at the cauldron. Then at Harry. Then, almost imperceptibly, at the instruction sheet on the table, where the ambiguous notation sat exactly as Harry had described it. He said nothing. He moved away. He did not, notably, tell Harry he was wrong. He did not deduct points. He continued his circuit of the room and when he came back around 20 minutes later, Neville's potion, following Harry's quietly relayed instructions in a murmur across the table, was 3 shades closer to the correct color and developing correctly. Snape looked at it. "Passable," he said, and moved on. Neville exhaled slowly and looked at Harry with an expression that was simultaneously grateful and slightly overwhelmed. "How did you know he'd let it go?" Neville whispered. "Because he's precise," Harry said quietly. "He doesn't like being wrong any more than he likes students making errors. And I gave him a version of events where he didn't have to be wrong." Hermione, on Harry's other side, had been listening to this entire exchange with her head down over her own perfect potion, and now she wrote something in the margin of her notes that Harry, glancing over, saw was, "Snape, the instruction sheet really is ambiguous. Check the formatting for all our worksheets." He smiled at the top of her head. After class, in the corridor, Hermione fell into step on his left and Ron on his right, which was the formation they'd settled into by now as naturally as water finding its level. "He almost said thank you," Ron said. "Snape." When he walked past at the end. His face did the thing. "What thing?" Hermione asked. "The thing where he thinks something he's not going to say. His jaw does this." Ron mimed a jaw pressing itself shut. "I wasn't watching his jaw," Hermione said. "You should watch his jaw more," Ron said. "Very informative jaw." Harry said, "He's not our enemy." He's not exactly our friend, Ron said. He doesn't have to be one of those, Harry said. He's someone who's in a great deal of pain and deals with it by being controlled. That's not the same as being against us. Ron and Hermione looked at each other over Harry's head. This happened sometimes, a silent consultation above the slightly shorter space where Harry walked, the two of them exchanging looks that were becoming increasingly fluent in the specific language of Harry said something that's probably right and is definitely more complicated than we can immediately respond to. He still takes points for breathing, Ron offered. He takes points from specific people for specific reasons that are worth understanding, Harry said. Including us when he does. He took 5 points from me for asking a question, Ron said. You asked it to the back of his head while he was writing, Hermione said. Which he'd specifically told us not to do. I forgot. You didn't forget, you were impatient. I was enthusiastically engaged with the material. You were copying my notes. Enthusiastically. Harry listened to them argue with the particular warmth of someone who has found, in two people who are frequently at each other's throats, something that is nonetheless a home. The monitoring wards had multiplied. By the third week of November Harry had found and catalogued 37 of them throughout the castle, placed with the variety and sophistication of a master's work, some passive, some active, some triggered by proximity, some by specific spells being cast in their vicinity. They covered the library, the defense classroom and corridor outside it, the transfiguration corridor, 3 points on the route between the Great Hall and the tower, and the area immediately outside the third-floor corridor. He'd been careful about how he handled them. He didn't extinguish them all, that would have told Dumbledore immediately what he knew. Instead he let most of them be, moving through them naturally, giving them ordinary information. He was a first-year student at a school. He went to class, he studied, he flew, he ate dinner with his friends. All of that was true. None of it was the whole picture, but none of it was false. The ones he did neutralize were the ones placed closest to his dormitory, because there were conversations there he preferred to remain private, specifically the late-night three-way discussions he and Ron and Hermione had begun having, which had evolved from the Quirrell/Voldemort question into something more comprehensive. Hermione had, by this point, produced 17 feet of parchment on Horcrux theory, cross-referenced with the first Wizarding War timeline and 3 separate accounts of the night Voldemort had come to Godric's Hollow. She had, on her own, using only library resources and her own exceptional mind, arrived at a number. 7, she'd said, on the night she'd presented it, sitting on the floor of the boys' dormitory with the curtains drawn and her notes spread around her. I think 7. One we know about, Quirrell is hosting the remnant, but that remnant survived because there are others anchoring the main soul. If he'd had only one Horcrux the rebounded curse should have destroyed it, Harry said. Yes. The soul needs to be sufficiently anchored. Multiple anchors. The number 7 is consistent with what little the sources say about the practice. She looked at Harry. I think one of them is the diary we found mentioned in Madame Pance's banned texts catalogue. T.M. Riddle's diary, confiscated 1943, associated with an incident at Hogwarts, details classified. She paused. Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. That's him. Voldemort was a student here. Lord Voldemort, Ron said, who had adopted the name by this point with the deliberate practice of someone training themselves out of a fear response. Made from his name. Riddle became Voldemort became, he shook his head. He hated being ordinary, didn't he? He needed a new name because being Tom was too human, Harry said. Ron looked at him. Yeah. Exactly. The firelight in the dormitory grate moved over them, 3 11-year-olds in the middle of the night working out the shape of the darkest wizard in a century with library books and good reasoning and the kind of determined attention that age doesn't prevent, it just makes more necessary. He'll try for the stone soon, Harry said. He's been using Quirrell to map the defenses. The recent incursion on the 3rd floor, the troll, wait, Ron said. The troll on Halloween was deliberate. As a distraction? Yes, Harry said. Hermione was very quiet for a moment. Harry looked at her and saw in her expression the memory of Halloween, locked in a bathroom with a mountain troll until 3 people had dealt with it, and the way that evening had cemented the 3 of them into something more than accidental proximity. He wondered if she was thinking about the same thing. "Hermione," he said. She looked up. "I'm fine," she said, which meant I've processed it rather than I'm pretending. The troll was a distraction. Quirrell let it in. Yes. And we dealt with it. We did. And now Quirrell knows we can handle a troll and that we work together, which changes how whatever comes next gets." She stopped. "He's recalculating his approach. He's been watching us since Halloween." "Yes," Harry said. "That's why you asked Professor McGonagall about the interhouse cooperation rules in that very casual way," she said. "You were making sure we're not technically in violation of anything by working together." "We're not," Harry said. "You checked." "I checked." Ron was looking between them. "You both have brains that are genuinely exhausting to be near," he said, with complete fondness. "I want to be clear that I'm keeping up. I am. But it's like running next to horses." "You're keeping up," Harry said. "You said that like you mean it." "I do." Harry looked at him. "You're the one who pointed out the diary was in the restricted catalog in the first place." Hermione hadn't reached that section yet. Ron blinked. I saw the year and mentioned it was the same." You made the connection between the incident year and the riddle name timeline in the same conversation where Hermione was still establishing the Horcrux count. "That's not nothing, Ron." Ron sat with this for a moment. It landed the way true things land when you're not used to having them acknowledged, carefully, a little uncertainly, but wanting to. "All right," he said. "I'll keep running next to the horses." "You'll outpace them eventually," Harry said. "Bold claim," Ron said. He looked at the notes spread across the floor. "So what's the plan for the stone? And don't tell me we watch." "I know we watch. But there's a point where watching becomes too late." Harry looked at the fire. "Quirrell will move before the end of term. The Christmas break reduces the castle's population, the defenses are the same but the witnesses are fewer." He paused. "I'll be here for Christmas." "So will I," Ron said immediately. Hermione said nothing for a moment. Then, "My parents were expecting me home." She looked at Harry. "I'll write to them." "You don't have to," Harry said. "I know," she said, which was the point. The confrontation with McGonagall happened on a Thursday afternoon that had done nothing to deserve it. Harry was crossing the courtyard, alone, having just left a transfiguration classroom where he'd turned his test object, a hedgehog, into a perfect pincushion not once but 3 times in succession because he'd overshot the charm and then adjusted and then done it again from a different angle just to understand the adjustment, and then had looked up to find the entire class staring at him and Professor McGonagall standing very still at the front with the expression she was developing. Specifically for Harry, which was precise and controlled and slightly alarmed. He was thinking about the adjustment, the quality of intention required to reduce the scope of the transformation, which required a kind of deliberate constraint, the magic at its widest naturally wanting to do more than asked, when McGonagall's voice came from behind him. "Potter." A word. He turned. She was in the courtyard, having followed him, and her robes were snapping in the November wind with the authority of a flag at full mast. He waited while she crossed the courtyard to him. She stopped at a conversational distance, not close, and looked at him with those sharp eyes that were more honest than almost any other pair of eyes at Hogwarts, which was why he had a consistent and genuine respect for her. "I owe you an honest conversation," she said, without preamble. Harry looked at her and waited. "You are not," she said carefully, "a typical first-year student." "No," Harry agreed. "You are not a typical student of any year." "I don't think so, no." She looked at him with an expression that was working through several things at once, professional duty, personal feeling, and the specific complication of a person who is loyal to an institution and has recently begun to notice that the institution may be doing something she is not comfortable with. "I saw a feather during your first transfiguration lesson," she said. "White. From your shoulder. I noticed and I said nothing, and I've been thinking about whether I was right to say nothing every day since." "What did it tell you?" Harry asked. "That you are not." She stopped. Started again. "In 40 years of teaching I have seen extraordinary students. Genuinely gifted witches and wizards who became great practitioners of this craft." She looked at him without any of the professional distance she maintained in class, and what was underneath the distance was complex and real. "What you are, Mr. Potter, is not in any category I have taught before." "I know," Harry said. She didn't look surprised that he knew. "Does the headmaster, he suspects," Harry said. "He has instruments that monitor certain things. But he's working from his existing framework, and his framework," he paused, finding the right words. "His framework is right about some things. But it was built around a particular story, and I'm not sure I fit the story the way he needs me to." McGonagall was very still. "He put something on my scar," Harry said. "When I was 15 months old, I think. A seal. Something to compress, or slow, or manage whatever I am." McGonagall's breath came out slowly. She didn't confirm or deny this. But she didn't dispute it either. "What I need you to know," Harry said, and he said it with the simple clarity he had for things that mattered, "is that I am not a danger to this school or to the people in it. Whatever Dumbledore is managing me for, whatever he thinks needs to be controlled, the thing he is worried about is not a thing that threatens anyone here." "How do you know that?" she asked quietly. He looked at her. Not with the child's face he wore for the ordinary daily life of Hogwarts, but with the older thing underneath, the steady deep thing that the crack in the wall had always known, that Ollivander had felt when the shop breathed, that Neville described as an open window. He looked at her with all of himself present. McGonagall pressed one hand to the front of her robes. A slight motion. Almost involuntary. "Because of what I am," Harry said simply. "Not what I can do. What I am." A long silence. The courtyard wind moved between them. "What do you need from me?" she asked. It was, Harry thought, exactly the right question. Not what are you or who put you here or what does this mean for my relationship with the headmaster. Straight to, what do you need? "To teach me," he said. Honestly and without limitation. "Don't slow it down because you think I shouldn't be able to do something. If I can do it, let me do it. And," he paused. "If you find yourself being asked to do something regarding me that doesn't feel right, trust that feeling." She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she straightened. The professional posture came back, not as a replacement for what had just happened but as an addition to it, both things true simultaneously. "I expect your essay on switching spells on my desk by Monday," she said, in a voice that was entirely normal and entirely not. "It's already done," Harry said. She looked at him. "Of course it is," she said, not unkindly, and swept back toward the castle. Harry watched her go and thought that she was, in her specific combination of absolute integrity and institutional loyalty, going to have a hard few months. He felt for her. He also thought she would be all right. People with real spines generally were. The match was on the 12th of November. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, which Hogwarts treated with the intensity most institutions reserved for actual conflict, and the stands were full and loud and the November sky was doing its worst, the wind cutting horizontal across the pitch, the cloud cover low and grey and completely indifferent to the sporting event below it. Harry had played in worse. He'd actually never played in worse because he'd never played in anything, but he didn't find the conditions concerning. The wind changed the snitch's behavior, it moved differently in wind, more erratic, using the turbulence. It made finding it faster, not slower, because it made patterns he could feel more easily, the displacement sharper in the moving air. He was on his nimbus in the starting position when he felt the first charm attempt. Not a cleaning charm. Not a weather charm. A jinx, and specifically a jinx aimed at his broom, a destabilization charm, designed to cause vibration, to make control difficult, to make a broom buck and twist and ideally throw its rider. He felt it hit the broom and he felt the broom absorb it and he felt the charm, in the same moment, unravel. Not because he did anything to it. He didn't cast a counter charm. He didn't reach for his wand. The charms simply hit the broom, hit the air around Harry, and came apart. Like putting a paper boat in front of a wave. He looked immediately for the source. High in the stands, the teacher's box, a purple turbaned figure, Quirrell, the one teacher whose movements he was tracking, but Quirrell was looking at the sky and his hands were visible and still. He looked further. The Slytherin stands, professor's area, and there, standing slightly back from the rail, with his wand held loosely and his pale eyes moving between Harry's broom and the teacher's box with the fixed expression of someone doing something they expected to work, Snape. Harry held on this for 1 second. Then the whistle blew and the match started and he flew. He was watching Snape through the whole first half of the match, watching him in the peripheral way he watched everything, without looking directly, feeling the quality of the attention the man directed toward his broom. The first charm had unraveled. Snape tried twice more in the first 5 minutes, and twice more the charms dissolved before they could take hold, and by the third attempt Snape's expression had moved from focus to uncertain to something that was not quite fear but was adjacent to it. Interesting. Harry filed it under not an enemy but not uncomplicated and went back to the match. The snitch appeared briefly in the lower quadrant at the 15-minute mark, and Harry caught it in his peripheral awareness, lower left, 60 feet down, moving northwest with the wind, and banked without ceremony or spectacle, simply going to where it was with the directness of something that doesn't need to perform the action, just perform it. He had it in his fist at 17 minutes. The stands erupted. He came down to the pitch and opened his hand and looked at the snitch, golden and small and still trembling, and thought about the charm attempts, and about Snape's expression when they didn't work, and about what that meant. Then Wood crashed into him from above in a hug that lifted him off the ground and the team descended around him and Ron was shouting from somewhere in the crowd and Hermione's voice was audible above Ron's with the particular quality of Hermione happy but refusing to lose control of herself in public, which was its own joyful sound. He let himself be in it. Let the noise and the cold air and the victory of it simply be what it was. Later, much later, when the celebration in the common room had wound down and Ron had fallen asleep over a game of chess and Hermione had gone up at a sensible hour with a book she intended to finish before midnight, Harry was sitting in the armchair nearest the fire in the common room, empty now, just him and the dying fire and the portraits dozing in their frames, when the portrait of the fat lady swung open. McGonagall came through the portrait hole, which meant she'd used the password, which meant this was not an accidental visit. Harry looked at her. She was still in her formal robes from the match, but she'd lost some of the professional posture and what was underneath it was the version of her that had been standing in the courtyard. She didn't sit. She stood before the fire and looked at him for a moment. "I've been thinking," she said. About? About whose wand Snape had in his hand during the first quarter. "He was trying to jinx my broom," Harry said. "I know," she said. "I noticed. I was preparing a counter-jinx." A pause. "I didn't need to cast it." "No." She looked at him steadily. "The jinx just stopped." "Yes." Another silence. Quirrell, his lips were moving during the second and third attempts. "I saw from the teacher's box." She folded her arms. "He was counter-jinxing Snape. To protect you." Harry blinked. This was new. "Snape wasn't trying to hurt you," she said slowly, working it out. "Or he was, or," she pressed her fingers to her forehead briefly. "He was testing the protection on you. Intentionally. Seeing whether it was the broom's enchantments or something else. He wanted to see what would happen when his charm hit me," Harry said. "Yes." And then Quirrell, the thing in Quirrell, counteracted him because it didn't want someone else running that test on me. It wanted to run it privately. McGonagall's expression was extraordinary. A first-year student, she said, with a quality in her voice he couldn't fully name, worked that out while flying a Quidditch match. I had a few minutes, Harry said. She almost laughed. It was the first time he'd seen her close to laughing. The thing in Quirrell is trying to understand what you are, she said. It's being careful about it. It's not ready to confront you directly. Not yet, Harry said. It's waiting for the stone. The Philosopher's Stone, McGonagall said, and the name didn't surprise her, which meant she knew it was there, which meant Dumbledore had told her, which was useful to know. You know about that? Yes. Albus believed it would be safe here, she said. That the protections are good, Harry said honestly. For anything that isn't already inside them. She looked at him. And you think Voldemort will move before Christmas? Harry said. When the castle is quietest. We should tell Albus. Harry looked at the fire. The coals were red and deep, the last of the real heat, settling into themselves. You should tell Albus, he said. Tell him what you've worked out. See what he says. And you? I'll be here, Harry said. I'll know when it moves. She looked at him for a long moment, this woman who had been teaching for 40 years and had met everything that had walked through her classroom door and had calibrated her sense of extraordinary against the full range of human potential, and she said, with the simplicity of someone who has arrived at conviction by a clear route, I believe you. I know, Harry said. She held his gaze for one more moment, and he thought, not for the first time, that she was magnificent, in the specific way that people who have real integrity are magnificent, which is nothing like spectacle and everything like bedrock. She said good night and left through the portrait hole. Harry sat by the dying fire until the coals went out, and in the dark of the common room the last light was the faint luminescence at the center of his chest, the coal that wasn't a coal, the light that had been coming through the crack in the wall since before he could name it, steady and warm and patient as anything that has always known where it was going and was simply waiting for the journey to arrive. He went up to bed. Above the castle, the November clouds broke for 20 minutes around midnight, and the stars came through like a declaration, brilliant and cold and very old. In Dumbledore's office the spinning instruments registered a new reading, something they had never been designed to measure, something that didn't have a category in their existing calibration, and one by one, their needles found a new position and stopped. Not broken. Oriented. And in the Slytherin dormitory 3 floors below, Draco Malfoy turned over in his sleep and frowned at a dream he couldn't hold on to, in which someone with green eyes had looked at him and seen right through the name and the manner and the father's carefully constructed architecture all the way to the boy underneath, and had found the boy, not the Malfoy, the boy, not contemptible. Not remarkable, either. Just real. He woke up wanting to do something about it and not knowing what. Chapter 5, The Mirror Tells No Lies. December came in quietly and then got louder. The castle dressed itself for Christmas with the enthusiasm of something that had been doing this for 1,000 years and still meant it, enormous trees in the great hall strung with live fairies that pulsed gold and warm, garlands on every staircase banister that smelled of pine and something sweeter underneath, the windows frosted in patterns that shifted when you looked away and reformed into new ones when you looked back. The suits of armor had been singing carols since the 1st of December with varying degrees of accuracy and zero awareness of the difference, which meant the second-floor corridor sounded like a choir that had individually learned different songs. Students were leaving for the holidays in waves, the great exodus toward King's Cross on the 20th, trunks down staircases, owls in cages, the castle gradually quieting from the outside in like a fire burning down to its core. By the 21st, the population had reduced to approximately 30 students, a handful of staff, and the particular quality of silence that big old buildings develop when most of their people have left, which was less empty than concentrated. Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained. Ron had made the announcement to his family by letter, and Mrs. Weasley had responded with a package of hand-knitted jumpers, one for each of them, including Hermione, which Hermione had held for a moment with an expression on her face that she quickly rearranged into practical appreciation but which Harry had seen clearly, and a tin of fudge, and a note that said everyone was welcome at the Burrow for New Year if they wanted. Hermione had written to her parents and received a response that was loving and slightly uncertain in the way that Muggle parents' letters to Hogwarts often were, full of the specific anxiety of people trying to be supportive of something they couldn't fully see. She'd read it twice, folded it, and put it in her book. "They're fine," she'd said, to no one in particular. "You don't have to pretend," Harry said. She looked at him. "I know," she said. "Then, they miss me. I miss them. It doesn't change anything. I just wanted to see it clearly." "That's fair," Harry said. She nodded, opened her book, and that was the end of it. He appreciated the way she handled her own feelings, not suppressing them, not performing them, just looking at them directly and deciding what to do. The castle at Christmas was a different place. The remaining students had a freedom of movement that the term didn't allow, no rigid schedule, the great hall open at flexible hours, the common room fire going all day, the grounds available for long cold walks that weren't about getting anywhere in particular. Harry walked every morning, longer than his usual run, out to the lake and around the forest edge and back across the grounds as the winter sky lightened from black to deep blue to the thin white of a December dawn, and he felt the castle and the grounds settle around him as if the reduced population allowed it to be more plainly itself. It showed him things during the Christmas break it hadn't shown him during term. A room on the 7th floor that appeared when he walked past a particular stretch of blank wall, large and warm and full of comfortable chairs and books and a fire that seemed to know exactly how large it should be. He sat in it for 3 hours on the first day and read and found Hermione there when he came back the second day with the expression of someone who had discovered the same secret and was not entirely surprised that Harry had found it too. "How did you?" she started. "The castle," he said. "Yes," she said, with the specific tone of someone revising their estimate of something upward. "I've started treating the castle I've been thinking of it as a participant rather than a location." "That's right," Harry said. "I found the room by needing somewhere quiet," she said. "I was thinking, very specifically, about needing a quiet place with a large chair and good light and something to drink, and then the wall," she gestured. "Opened. It does that," Harry said. "When you need something specific. The room of requirement," she said. "I've found references to it in 2 separate historical texts now. Both describe it as responding to genuine need." She looked around the room. "This is the most remarkable piece of architectural magic I've ever encountered." "It's the castle being kind," Harry said. She looked at him for a moment. "You talk about the castle the way some people talk about a person." "It is a person," Harry said. "In the way that very old things with very long memories become persons." Hermione wrote something down. "I'm going to stop being surprised by the things you know," she said. "That seems efficient," Harry said, and she almost smiled again, the way she almost smiled at him with increasing frequency, the almost smile that preceded the real one when something hit her as genuinely funny rather than intellectually interesting. Ron found the room by accident on the 3rd day and immediately improved it by asking for a chessboard, which appeared, and by winning 3 games in a row against Hermione with the focused pleasure of someone who has finally found a domain in which they are unambiguously excellent. Harry let them play and sat in the large chair by the fire and read a book he'd found on a shelf at the back of the room that the castle had very possibly placed there specifically for this occasion. It was called On the Nature of Souls Divided Against Themselves, written in the 16th century by a witch named Aelindra of Sherwood who appeared in no historical record Harry had been able to find, and its subject matter was precisely what the title suggested. He read it in one sitting. When he put it down, Ron was asleep in his chair with his chess pieces arranged in a defense formation around him, and Hermione was on the sofa with her own notes, and Harry sat with the book closed on his knee and the fire warm on his face and thought about what he'd read. 7, as Hermione had calculated. Objects anchoring fragments of soul. Each one requiring destruction to reduce the primary soul's ability to reconstitute. The theory was internally consistent and the implications were serious, and the thing Harry had just understood, reading Aelindra's careful analysis, was that each Horcrux made the host soul smaller, not divided in the sense of the original remaining whole, but genuinely diminished with every split. Voldemort had made himself less human with each one. Had been making himself less, gradually, in pursuit of more. The irony was almost elegant in its tragedy. He filed the information with the rest and resolved to discuss it with Hermione when Ron was awake, because Ron should hear this too, and it was better to have all three of them thinking about it. It was Christmas Eve when he found the mirror. The castle had sent him down a corridor he hadn't been in before, a part of the fourth floor that the staircases didn't usually service, accessible through a tapestry that hadn't been there yesterday. He'd followed it without resistance, the way he followed the castle's suggestions, with the patient interest of someone who trusts the recommendation. The room at the end of the corridor was unused in a visible way, dust on the floor, no fire, no torchlight, just the grey afternoon light coming through a high window. And in the center of it, propped against the far wall with the particular weight of something that had been placed deliberately and then left, was the mirror. It was tall. Taller than him by twice, and wide, the frame ornate gold that had gone slightly dull, carved with figures he didn't look at immediately because what caught him was the inscription across the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. He read it from right to left without conscious effort. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He looked into the mirror. He'd expected, he didn't know what he'd expected. The absent family, perhaps. His parents, living and whole, the way people described the mirror's typical operation. The obvious desire, what everyone who had grown up without wanted most. He saw himself. Not a fantasy version. Not a glorified image. Himself, standing in the mirror as he stood before it, green eyes, messy hair, the scar, except in the mirror he was standing in open space rather than the dusty room. Wide space. Dark and starred. And his shoulders were different, not broader, not more imposing, but positioned differently, the set of them that you have when you're carrying something you were built to carry. And behind him in the mirror, half visible, not dramatic or imposed but simply there the way your shadow is simply there, wings. White and folded. Vast even folded. The leading edges faintly luminous, the kind of light that isn't about brightness but about source, lit from inside rather than reflected from outside. He stood before the mirror for a long time. Not with longing. That was the thing. The mirror showed you your heart's desire, and his heart's desire was not to have the wings back. It was to be himself, fully and completely, in the world he had chosen. To stand in the open, not hiding, not managing, not wearing himself down to a size that fit other people's expectations, and simply be what he was. The wings were not a fantasy. They were memory. That was the difference. And the difference mattered. He heard the door behind him. He turned. Dumbledore was standing in the doorway. Harry looked at him, and for the first time they were alone together in a space that was not a public hall or a crowded classroom or mediated by the presence of other people. They were alone in a dusty room with a mirror between them and no performance required from either side. The old man looked at Harry with those brilliant blue eyes and Harry looked back at him with complete, unguarded attention, and for a moment neither of them spoke, and in that moment more was communicated between them than had been communicated in the entire preceding 4 months. You found the mirror, Dumbledore said. The castle showed me, Harry said. Yes. Dumbledore entered the room, his robes brushing the dusty floor, and he stopped a few feet from the mirror and looked at it and then at Harry with the expression of someone who has prepared a speech and is reconsidering it in real time. Most people, he said carefully, see things in this mirror that are not yet real. Wishes. Futures they want but don't have. I know, Harry said. And you? A pause, deliberate, with the quality of a question that is not really a question so much as an invitation to reveal. What did you see, Harry? Harry looked at him steadily. Myself, he said. Dumbledore's expression shifted, the smallest movement, barely a change, but Harry was watching and saw it. Just yourself? Myself as I am, Harry said. Which is not how most people see me. The old man was quiet for a moment. Then he moved to the other side of the mirror, not standing before it but beside it, the frame between them, and he looked at Harry with an expression that was stripped of the magnificent, benevolent headmaster quality and was simply an old man's face, lined and watchful and carrying more than it had probably ever intended to. "I placed something on your scar," Dumbledore said. "When you were 15 months old." Harry had known this. Hearing it said directly, with no performance around it, was different from knowing it. "Yes," Harry said. "I want you to understand that I believed it was necessary." He was very careful with the words, careful and direct in a way Harry hadn't seen from him before. "I want you to understand that I was frightened. Not for myself. For the world. For what could happen if," he stopped. Pressed his lips together. "You were a child. A baby. And the thing I could feel in you even then, I did not have a framework for it. I knew only that it was immense and that Voldemort was not defeated, only diminished, and that if you returned and recognized what you were before you were old enough to choose," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "Yes. Before you were old enough to choose. So you chose for me," Harry said. The words weren't cruel. They were precise, and precision can feel like a blade not because it's sharp but because it lands exactly where it's meant to. Dumbledore didn't flinch. He looked at the middle distance and breathed, and Harry waited without filling the silence. "Yes," Dumbledore said finally. "I chose for you." "And the monitoring wards," Harry said. Another pause. "I needed to know how fast the seal was failing," Harry said. "And whether I knew it was failing." He tilted his head slightly. "You've known since October that I could feel the wards." "Since September," Dumbledore said quietly. "You extinguished the charm on Hagrid's letter." "At Privet Drive," Harry said. "Yes. I knew then," Dumbledore said, "that the seal was already past the point he exhaled. I had estimated more time. I was wrong." "You underestimated what 11 years in a cupboard under the stairs would do," Harry said, and there was something in his voice now that was not quite anger but was in the same neighborhood, not hot, not sharp, but present in the specific way of things that have mass. Dumbledore was still. "The confinement," Harry said. "The isolation. The smallness of that life, did you think it would slow things down? Keeping me small, keeping me limited, no magic, no knowledge, no," he stopped, because he was being more honest than he'd intended, and he took a breath and let the feeling settle. "Did you think that was mercy?" "I thought it was safety," Dumbledore said. His voice was very quiet. "I thought ordinary was safe. I thought," he looked at Harry with an expression that had no management in it at all. "I thought the Dursleys would be." "I know what you thought," Harry said. "You thought ordinary would keep me ordinary. That the pressure of it would hold the shape you needed." "Harry, I'm not angry at you," Harry said, and it was true, which made it more significant than if it had been delivered in anger. "I'm telling you clearly what you did, because I think you need to hear it clearly. Not because I need you to feel guilty. Because clarity is the only thing that's going to be useful to either of us from here." Dumbledore looked at him. Harry waited. "You're 11 years old," Dumbledore said, and it wasn't dismissive, it was almost wondering. As if the fact kept presenting itself and he kept needing to process it. "Technically," Harry said. The old man made a sound that was too complicated to be either a laugh or a sigh and contained elements of both. He moved to a chair that had not been in the room a moment ago and sat in it, and the magnificent Dumbledore was simply gone, and what was left was a man of considerable age who was currently in the process of having a significant number of his operating assumptions dismantled. "Tell me," he said. "What you know. What you are. I would like," he paused. "I would like to hear it from you rather than from my instruments." Harry considered this. The mirror was behind him, patient. The grey light from the window lay over the dust on the floor. He sat on the windowsill, drew one knee up, and spoke. Not everything, not the dream sky or the vault inscription or the full weight of what he'd been understanding since October. But enough. He told Dumbledore about the crack in the wall. He told him about the wand and what Ollivander had said about the feather. He told him about the pressure of the castle's wards and what happened to them at proximity. He told him about the charm on Hagrid's letter. He did not tell him about the wings. Some things were still his own. Dumbledore listened with the absolute attention of someone who had stopped preparing responses and was simply receiving. He didn't interrupt. His expression moved through several stages: recognition, recalculation, something that looked genuinely like grief, and settled in a place that was harder to name. Older. When Harry finished, the room was quiet. "The seal on your scar," Dumbledore said. "It's gone." "The outer layers have been gone since September," Harry said. "The last one went on the night of November 14th. "Bonfire night," Dumbledore murmured, as if this were significant. "I didn't plan the timing," Harry said. "No." Dumbledore looked at his hands on his knees. "When it went, I felt it. Even here. At that distance." He looked up. What happened, for you, when it went?" Harry thought about that night. The rain outside the castle. Lying in his bed with the last of the seal's pressure simply dissolving, quietly, like fog in morning. "Relief," he said. "Like putting down something heavy you'd been carrying so long you forgot it was weight." Dumbledore nodded slowly. The motion had something in it that was an apology, though the word wasn't spoken. Harry accepted the motion for what it was. "Voldemort is going to move on the stone," Harry said. "Before the end of the holidays." "I know," Dumbledore said. "The defenses are good, but they were designed for someone coming from outside," Harry said. "He's inside. He's been inside since September." "I know that too," Dumbledore said, with the tone of someone who genuinely knows and finds the knowing difficult. "Then why?" Harry paused, working it out. "You want him to try." Dumbledore looked at him steadily. "The stone is there because you put it there knowing he'd look for it," Harry said slowly. "The defenses aren't just protection. They're a maze. You want to see what he does in the maze. What he uses. Who he uses." He held the old man's gaze. "You want to see if he uses me." A long silence. "The stone is real," Dumbledore said. "The danger is real. But yes." He didn't look away. "I wanted to see what he would do when he encountered you at close range. I wanted to see what he would do when he discovered what you are. Whether it would change him. Whether it would frighten him." "You wanted to use me as a test," Harry said. "I wanted to understand what we are dealing with," Dumbledore said, and there was a distinction in that, and Harry heard it. "You could have asked me," Harry said. Dumbledore stopped himself. Reconsidered the 11-year-old reflex. "I could have asked you," he said instead. "Yes," Harry said. "In the future, ask me." He looked at the old man with calm directness. "I'm not a piece on your board, Dumbledore. I'm not a variable in your experiment. I understand why you're afraid and I understand why you've managed this the way you have, and I think you genuinely believe you're doing what's necessary." He paused. "But managing me is over. That's not a threat. It's just true." Dumbledore sat very still. "I will tell you what I know when you need to know it," Harry said. "I'll be transparent about what I'm doing. I will not move against you or against this school or against anyone here. That is my word, freely given." He held the old man's gaze. "In return, I need honesty. I need to be part of the conversation rather than the subject of it. And I need you to trust that I know what I am better than you do." The fire crackling, somewhere. The grey light. The mirror behind Harry with its carved inscription. "You are," Dumbledore said at last, with something that sounded like the enormous, effortful honesty of a proud man choosing truth over control, "quite extraordinary." "I know," Harry said, without arrogance. "It's not the point." "What is the point?" "The point is what I do with it," Harry said. "Which is what I'm here to figure out." He stood from the windowsill. In the meantime, whatever's going to happen with the stone, I should be there. Not because you need me to be. Because I need to be. Because of Voldemort, Dumbledore said. Because of Quirrell, Harry corrected. What's living in him didn't choose to be there. When Voldemort took him he was a frightened man who made a terrible mistake, and what's left of him is still in there. Still suffering. He looked at Dumbledore directly. Someone should be there who understands the difference between the man and what's riding him. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. You're going to complicate every plan I make, he said, and it was not a complaint exactly, more the helpless recognition of a fact. Only the plans that need complicating, Harry said. He moved to leave. At the door he paused, because something needed to be said and this was the right moment for it. The life you put me in, he said, with his back to the room. The cupboard. The Dursleys. He was quiet for a moment. I don't hold it against you, because holding things against people is a waste of what could otherwise be forward motion. He looked back over his shoulder. But you should know what it was. Not my account of it. You should go and see. Look at the room I grew up in and let yourself know what it was. Not for me. For whoever comes after me that you might be tempted to manage the same way. He left. The mirror reflected the empty room, and the dust, and the chair where Dumbledore sat looking at the floor for a long time, and possibly, if you were watching from the right angle, in the right light, the ghost of two enormous folded wings in the space above the chair at the windowsill, faintly luminous, already fading. Ron and Hermione were in the room of requirement when Harry came back, the chess game abandoned, Hermione on the sofa with her notes, Ron on the floor with his back against the sofa and a chess piece he'd been turning in his hand the way he turned things when he was thinking. They looked at him when he came in. He sat in the chair. The fire was warm. He was quiet for a moment. Are you all right? Hermione asked. Yes, he said. Then, I spoke to Dumbledore. Ron sat up. About the stone. About several things. Harry looked at the fire. He knows it's coming. He's known. He set the whole situation up deliberately. He gave them the essentials, not everything, not the personal things, but the operational picture. The stone as deliberate bait. Quirrell already inside the castle's defenses. Dumbledore's plan to observe rather than prevent. Ron's face moved through indignation and arrived at something more measured. So he's using Quirrell as, what? A window into what Voldemort does when he's cornered. Partly, Harry said. And a window into what happens when Voldemort encounters something he doesn't have a plan for. Something being you, Hermione said. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. He told you all this? When I told him I already knew most of it, Harry said. She looked at him carefully. You told him about the wards. Some. Not everything. She stopped. Glanced at Ron. Harry had not told Ron the full picture of what Harry was, the wings, the dream sky, what the feather on the windowsill meant. He hadn't told Hermione the full picture either. She'd gotten closer to it than anyone through her own reasoning, and she'd held what she'd worked out with the same care she held everything, precisely, without overreach, waiting for confirmation rather than asserting conclusions. There are things I haven't explained yet, Harry said. To either of you. Ron put the chess piece down. Hermione put her notes aside, which was a significant gesture. Hermione put her notes aside for approximately 3 categories of thing, sleep, meals, and conversations that mattered. Harry looked at the fire for a moment. Then he looked at them. And he told them. Not everything, there weren't words yet for everything, and some of it was still forming, still becoming language from the pre-verbal place it had lived his whole life. But the shape of it. The dream sky and the wings. The crack in the wall at Privet Drive. What Ollivander had said about the feather. The wing prints in the floor of the cupboard. What the mirror had shown him. What he was, as best he currently understood it, which was a being of a kind that predated the categories available to describe it, wearing a boy's body in a world he had chosen to love, for reasons that were and had always been exactly what the Sorting Hat had said. Ron listened without interrupting. His face moved through things: surprise, adjustment, something that might have been awe, and then a settling, a choice made, and what remained on the other side of the choice was just Ron, unchanged, looking at Harry with the same expression he always had, which was open and warm and without qualification. "All right," Ron said. "All right?" Harry said. "Yeah." Ron picked the chess piece back up, turned it in his fingers. "I mean, you caught a snitch in 43 seconds and 19 wands couldn't handle you, and the castle basically does your homework, and you've been reading Dumbledore for months and you haven't been afraid of anything that whole time." He shrugged. "I figured there was a reason." Harry looked at him. "You're still Harry," Ron said simply. "Whatever else. You're still just you." Harry felt the coal in his chest do something that had no physical description. He looked at Ron and couldn't say the thing he wanted to say, which was that the simplicity and the completeness of that acceptance was the most valuable thing anyone had ever given him, and it was given without drama or performance and without requiring anything in return. He looked at Hermione. She was holding very still with her hands in her lap, and she was looking at him with the searchlight that had been searching him since the train, and she had finally found what she was looking for, and it was precisely as enormous as she'd suspected, and she was processing it with the controlled intensity she brought to things that were genuinely significant. "The feather on your windowsill," she said. "The first night in the dormitory." "Yes," Harry said. "It was real." "It's still in your charms book." "Yes." "Because it's yours," she said. "Yes." She breathed out slowly. And then she did something Harry hadn't seen her do before, which was that she didn't say anything for almost a full minute. She just sat with it. Let it be what it was. The fire moved. Ron set down his chess piece carefully. Somewhere outside the castle the Christmas wind made its argument against the stone walls. Then Hermione said, "When it happens, the stone, Quirrell, you're going to go regardless of what anyone says." "Yes," Harry said. "Then we're coming," she said, as if that had been the question and she'd answered it. "Hermione, don't," she said, and her voice had something in it that was not going to be moved. "We are your friends, Harry. Not your audience. Not the people who wait in the common room while you handle things alone. We are with you." She looked at him steadily, and the searchlight in her gaze had something else in it now, something warmer, something that had found its object and wasn't letting go. "Do you understand the difference?" He looked at her. Then at Ron, who nodded once, uncomplicated, solid. "I understand," Harry said. "Good," Hermione said. She picked up her notes. "Now. I've been working on the chamber protections and I think the chess set is, Ron, I think that's specifically you." Ron sat up straight. "A life-size chess match. The pieces move and have historically been enchanted to play aggressively," Hermione said. "Which means someone who plays to tournament standard and can direct pieces under pressure." "That's me," Ron said, with the uncomplicated certainty of someone who knows their excellence in a specific domain. He was already leaning forward, the complicated emotions from a moment ago folded away, not suppressed but settled, Ron being Ron, which was to say, meeting extraordinary things with affection and then moving forward. "Tell me everything you know about the board." Hermione told him everything she knew about the board. Harry sat between them and listened, and the fire was warm and the room of requirement had quietly produced 3 mugs of hot chocolate that none of them had asked for, and outside the castle window the first snow of the winter had begun to fall, white and quiet and unhurried, covering the grounds in something clean. He looked at the snow through the window. Thought about the mirror. Thought about what he'd seen in it, not longing, not desire in the aching sense, but recognition. Himself, standing in open space, the wings present and real and not hidden. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." His heart's desire was this. Right here. These 2 people, this school, this world he'd chosen. the coming difficulty and the people beside him for it. The work of being what he was in the open, without apology or concealment, in a world that didn't have a category for it yet and was going to have to make one. He looked at his hands on the armchair, the pale wand calluses forming on his right, and felt entirely, precisely, where he was supposed to be. In the castle's foundation stones, deep under the Christmas snow, something that had been sealed for 11 years was open. And in the third-floor corridor, behind a locked door, a three-headed dog turned its enormous heads in the direction of the room above it, the hidden chambers, the deep dark below, and all three sets of ears went flat. All three sets of nostrils flared. Something was moving down there. Not yet at the stone. Not yet urgent. But no longer entirely still. A beginning. The slow preliminary movement of something that had been patient long enough and was starting to decide it had waited long enough. Harry felt it from 4 floors up, faint and cold as a draft from a crack in old stone. He wrapped both hands around his mug. Soon, he thought. Not with dread. With the clear-eyed readiness of someone who has been preparing without announcing it, who knows the shape of what's coming and has already decided what they're going to do about it. Soon. Chapter 6, The God Below the Trap Door. It moved on the night of the 23rd. Harry woke at 2 in the morning with the certainty of it, not from a sound, not from a dream, but from the quality of the dark in the dormitory, the specific shift in the castle's attention that he'd learned to distinguish from ordinary nighttime quiet. The castle was holding its breath. The way it went still when something was wrong was different from the way it went still when everyone was simply asleep, and Harry had been paying attention long enough to know the difference. He sat up. The dormitory was dark and peaceful, Ron's snoring the only sound, the winter dark pressing against the windows with thick clouds that had been building all day. He dressed without lighting his wand, he didn't need the light, and tucked his wand into his sleeve and stood for a moment in the middle of the room. He felt it clearly now. A disturbance 3 floors down and through considerable stone, the specific wrongness of the cold intelligence he'd been tracking since September, moving with the careful purpose of something that has made a decision and committed to it. Not frantic. Not desperate. Deliberate. He crossed to Ron's bed and put a hand on his shoulder. Ron was awake in 3 seconds. A quality of his Harry had come to appreciate. Ron woke like a switch, none of the confused middle ground, just asleep and then alert, blinking in the dark. "It's time," Harry said quietly. Ron was out of bed before Harry finished the sentence. They went to Hermione's dormitory. Harry stood at the bottom of the girls' stairs and said her name once, at a volume that carried but didn't echo, and 15 seconds later she appeared at the top of the stairs fully dressed with her bag over her shoulder and her hair still slightly disordered from sleep. She came down the stairs. Looked at Harry. Read his face. "Now," she said. "Now," he said. "I've had the bag ready since the 20th, she said. This did not surprise either of them. They went through the portrait hole into the dark castle. The corridors were empty and cold, the torches burning at their low nighttime setting, and Harry moved through them with the particular ease of someone who had been learning the castle's rhythms for 4 months, knowing which stairs were unreliable, which corridors echoed, which suits of armor were light sleepers, so to speak. Ron and Hermione moved behind him with the quiet trust of people who had decided to follow and meant it. The castle helped. Of course it did, the stairs cooperating, the routes shorter than they should have been, the third-floor corridor accessible from a direction Harry hadn't used before that cut the travel time in half. He pressed his palm briefly to a wall in silent thanks and felt the stone warm under his hand. The door to the third-floor corridor was already open. Not broken open. Not forced. Open, the way a door opens when someone has simply worked through the lock with patience and skill, and the specific lock on this door Harry recognized as Allohammer-proof, which meant whoever had opened it had either had a key or had used magic considerably more sophisticated than a first-year unlocking charm. Harry stepped through. The corridor beyond was short, ending in a trapdoor, also open, swung back against the floor, the dark gap of the shaft below it. The smell coming up was earth and damp and something animal. "Fluffy's asleep," Ron said, slightly hoarse. The three-headed dog was visible in the light of Ron's wand, a brief flash of enormous sleeping faces, three heads resting on three vast paws, chest rising and falling in the deep unconscious rhythm of enchanted sleep. In the corner, a small harp played a melody that was still running, the last echoes of whatever charm had put the dog under. Beneath the dog's left forepaw, the edge of the trapdoor visible. Harry looked at Fluffy for a moment with something that was not quite fondness but in the same family, this enormous ridiculous creature, pressed into service as a guard for something it didn't understand, sleeping through its own story. He noted, privately, that whoever had put it to sleep had done so with a charm that was better than it had any right to be for a nervous, stammering defense professor. The magic had precision in it. Not Quirrell's magic. The thing in Quirrell. He dropped through the trapdoor. The darkness below was complete for the second it took him to land, soft earth underfoot, and then his eyes adjusted with the ease they'd always adjusted, faster than human eyes, though he'd never thought about it in those terms until now, and he saw the room. Devil's Snare, Hermione identified before he could, and then said Lumos and Sunfire simultaneously in a way that suggested she'd been workshopping this exact moment and produced a blast of light that drove the plant back immediately and decisively. Ron dropped down after Harry, Hermione after Ron, and they moved through the cleared space while Hermione's light held the Devil's Snare against the walls. "You've practiced that," Ron said. "Since November," Hermione said, and moved forward, and there was nothing else to say about it. The chambers opened one after another with the specific quality of design progression. Someone had built this as a series of challenges, each one escalating, each one requiring a different kind of capability. Harry moved through them with Ron and Hermione flanking him, the three of them working as they'd been working for months without explicitly drilling it, natural as breathing. The winged keys were Ron's observation. They're moving in a formation, there's a pattern, the right one will be the one that breaks the pattern, and Harry on a borrowed broomstick had it in 40 seconds, feeling the disruption in the flock the way he felt a snitch through turbulence, the old key with the bent wing moving against the flow of the charm because it had been used once and the charm on it had slightly degraded. He had it before anyone asked him to look harder. The chess match was Ron's. Entirely, completely, magnificently Ron's. Harry watched him take the field, the giant chess pieces of white marble, 7 feet tall, the board stretching the full width of the chamber, the air smelling of cold stone and old magic, and saw Ron become something he hadn't fully been before. Not the funny one, not the youngest son, not the one walking beside someone extraordinary. Just himself, in his element, completely at home in the one domain where he had always been unambiguous. He directed them to positions with a fluency that needed no second guessing. Harry was a bishop. Ron said this with the confidence of someone who had been watching Harry move for 4 months and had specific strategic reasons. Hermione a rook. Ron took the knight. The game lasted 12 minutes. Ron played it like the castle played its staircases, not reactively, not defensively, but with the total calm of something that knew exactly where everything was going before it got there. He sacrificed 3 pieces, including himself, with the clear-eyed precision of a general who knows what a position is worth and spends it without flinching. The White King tipped. Harry knelt beside Ron on the stone floor while Hermione checked him over with quick, steady hands, and Ron was conscious and had his eyes open and was looking at the ceiling with the expression of someone who has just done something significant and is still inside the feeling of it. "Good?" Harry asked. "Brilliant," Ron said, and meant it in both directions. "Then, go. I'll be all right." Harry looked at him. "Harry," Ron said, with the specific gravity of Ron being serious, which was different from all other Ron states and always worth listening to. "I'm fine. Go do what you need to do." He stopped. "That's what this was for." Harry put his hand briefly on Ron's shoulder. Squeezed once. Then stood. "I'll stay with him," Hermione said. She was already repositioning, already calculating. She looked at Harry with that direct, clear gaze that had been searching him since September and had found what it was looking for and had not looked away since. "Harry." He looked at her. She wanted to say something. He could see the shape of it in her face, the words coming and the decision about which ones to use, and then she made a choice that was Hermione's choice, which was to say the true thing cleanly rather than the careful thing elaborately. "Come back," she said. 2 words. And in them everything that the searchlight gaze had been building toward, not the intellectual interest, not the precise attention, but the thing underneath both of those, the thing that had been growing since a train compartment in September when she'd looked at him and seen right through the surface to something she didn't have a name for and had chosen to move toward rather than away from. He looked at her for a moment. "Always," he said. He said it simply and he meant it in the largest sense. He had chosen this world, chosen to be here, chosen these people specifically, and always was not an overclaim, it was a statement of orientation. He was pointed here. He would come back. She held his gaze for 1 second more, then nodded, one precise nod, the Hermione motion that meant acknowledged, filed, moving forward, and turned back to Ron. Harry walked into the next chamber. The troll was already unconscious. Not by his hand. It had been put down by someone else, recently, the body still warm, the magic on it that specific flavor of controlled destructive force that Harry had been cataloging since the Quidditch match. Efficient. No excess. Not the way Quirrell fought, the way Quirrell was being fought through. He stepped over the troll and went on. The potions chamber was Hermione's design, Harry recognized, the logic puzzle of it, the careful constraint that made brute force useless and required reasoning. He stood before the 7 bottles with their rhyme on the wall and read it once and picked the correct small bottle in 30 seconds and drank it and stepped through the black flame. Cold. Forward. The final chamber. Quirrell had his back to the door. He was standing before the mirror of East, which had been moved here, which Harry had known was going to happen, because Dumbledore had moved it from the 4th floor 3 days ago and the castle had noticed and told Harry in the way it told him things, with a shift in attention, a change in the weight of certain corridors. He was staring into it with the fixed intensity of someone who can see something and cannot reach it, and his hands were moving slightly at his sides, the restless motion of a man fighting against his own frustration. Harry walked into the room. Quirrell turned. He didn't look surprised. He looked, and Harry read this carefully, reading both layers simultaneously, relieved. The surface Quirrell, the frightened man, was terrified and trying not to show it. The thing underneath, the intelligence that wore him, was relieved in the way a thing is relieved when the variable it's been most uncertain about has finally resolved itself into a known location. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said, and the stammer was gone. Not partially. Completely. The voice that came out was Quirrell's voice in pitch and register but without any of the nervous fragmentation, and this wasn't Quirrell speaking. This was the other one, using Quirrell's instrument directly. "Professor," Harry said. He stopped in the center of the room, equidistant from the door and the mirror, and looked at Quirrell with the full attention he'd been giving this situation since September, both layers, the man and the thing in the man, the terrified host and the ancient patient intelligence riding him. "I wondered when you'd come," the voice said. Conversational. Careful. "I've been watching you, you know. Since the feast. You sat down at that table and looked at me and you knew." "Yes," Harry said. "And yet you waited." Not a question. An appreciation, almost, the tone of someone recognizing a strategy. "You watched. You learned. You didn't run to Dumbledore." "No." Quirrell's head tilted. The movement had a quality of assessment, a deep intelligence measuring angles. "Why not? You clearly understood what I was. What I wanted. Most people in possession of that information would have, most people hadn't thought about what Quirrell could still choose," Harry said. A pause. Something shifted in the quality of the air. "Queerness," Harry said, and he directed this at the lower layer, the frightened man, not at the thing riding him but at what was underneath, what was still there under the passenger. "I know you're in there. I've known since September." Nothing visible changed. But the temperature in the room dropped 1 degree. "He can't hear you," the voice said. He can, Harry said. He's in there. Frightened and exhausted and still in there. He looked at Quirrell steadily. He made a terrible choice and he's been living in the consequence of it and he still exists. That matters. A silence. Then the voice said, with a different quality, less performed, more direct, the careful mask of it slipping one layer, "You are not what I expected." "What did you expect?" Harry asked. "Fear," it said simply. "I have not encountered a living thing that doesn't fear me. Not once, in the whole of my existence. Not even Dumbledore. Dumbledore is careful and Dumbledore is prepared and Dumbledore has courage, but underneath all of it is fear. The particular fear of a man who has seen what I can do and knows what I want and cannot be entirely certain he can stop me." The voice paused. "You don't have that." "No," Harry said. "Why not?" Harry looked at him. At both of them, the frightened man, the writing thing. He looked at what Voldemort was, with the same clear open attention he gave everything, and saw it without flinching, the diminished soul, split and split again by choices made from terror, each split a self-amputation, each Horcrux not a victory over death but a defeat by it, the thing that had been Tom Riddle using death as a tool so many times that it had become part of the structure of him, running through him the way rot runs through wood, until there was barely enough of the original left to recognize. He felt no contempt. He felt something closer to grief. "Because I know what you are," Harry said. "Not what you've done. What you are." He took a step forward. "You're the most frightened thing in this room, Voldemort. You have been frightened for 60 years and every choice you made from that fear made it worse and made you smaller." He took another step. "Every Horcrux, every murder, every act of power over someone who couldn't fight back, you did all of it because you were afraid of being ordinary, of being Tom Riddle from the orphanage, of being mortal and forgotten and small. And now you are a shade. Riding a man whose life you've ruined. Looking into a mirror for a stone that will give you a body you haven't earned." He was 10 feet away now. "Does that feel like victory to you?" The temperature had dropped considerably. Quirrell's hands were shaking. "You think I care what it feels like?" the voice said. Quieter. "More dangerous, in the way that quiet things are sometimes more dangerous than loud ones." "I think you care about nothing else," Harry said. "I think that's the whole story. You have been caring about how things feel since you were 11 years old in an orphanage and you hated what they felt like, and everything since has been an attempt to make them feel different, and they never do, because the feeling doesn't come from outside you. It comes from what you chose to be." A silence that had weight. "You," the voice said, low and very carefully controlled, "are a child." "In this body, yes," Harry said. Another silence. Longer. The mirror stood between them reflecting the room, and Harry did not look at it, he kept his eyes on Quirrell, on both layers of Quirrell, with steady unwavering attention. "What are you?" the voice said. And underneath the control now was something else, not fear, not yet, but the precursor to fear, the recognition of something that doesn't fit the categories, that can't be processed by the existing frameworks, that is presenting itself calmly and without performance in a dungeon chamber and somehow, in that calm, is the most confrontational thing Voldemort has ever faced. Harry didn't answer the question directly. "You can't have the stone," he said simply. "That's what you need to understand. Not because Dumbledore's protections will stop you. They won't, completely, you've already worked through most of them." He looked at the mirror. "The stone is in the mirror. Dumbledore put it there specifically so that only someone who wanted the stone but didn't intend to use it could take it. That's why you've been standing here. You can see it but you can't take it because the wanting and the intending are inseparable in you." Quirrell's breath was audible. "Go," Harry said. "Take Quirrell out of this castle and let him get whatever's left of his life back, and go. You have other paths. You have other anchors." He was very direct. "You have Horcruxes, and as long as they exist you can't fully die, and as long as you can't fully die the story isn't over. Take that time. Think about whether this is the shape you want to spend eternity in. He paused. I'm not your enemy, Voldemort. I'm the thing that remembers what you were before you decided to be what you are, and I'm telling you there was a version of Tom Riddle that was worth being. The room was absolutely still. And then Quirrell moved toward Harry. Not running. The deliberate, controlled movement of something that has decided reasoning is over and force is the remaining option, and Harry watched him come with the same steady openness and did not step back, did not reach for his wand, did not assume any combat posture. He simply stood. And when Quirrell's hands reached for him, touched his face, gripped his shoulders, the light came. Not from Harry's wand. Not from any spell. From him. From the center of him, the coal that was not a coal, the thing the crack in the wall had always been trying to let through, and it came now not because Harry pushed it or summoned it or directed it but because it was simply what he was, and it met Quirrell's hands the way a wave meets a boat, not destroying, not obliterating, but displacing, the full presence of something that was fundamentally incompatible with the darkness Quirrell carried encountering the darkness directly. Quirrell screamed. Not from what Harry did. From what Harry was. The way standing in sunlight hurts when you've been in dark too long, the way light doesn't have to be violent to be overwhelming. The light was white and warm and it came from his skin and his hands and it filled the chamber with the cool luminous quality of the crack in the wall, of the vault wall, of the feather on the windowsill, and in the mirror at the back of the room his reflection stood with wings spread wide and blazing, fully manifest, fully present, reaching from wall to wall of that small chamber and blazing like something that had forgotten it needed to be small. Voldemort saw it. Through Quirrell's eyes, in the moment before the body began to fail, he saw the wings. Harry watched him see them. Watched the ancient intelligence behind Quirrell's eyes encounter something it had absolutely no framework for, not power. It had measured power before, it had faced power and quantified it and found ways through it. This was not power in that sense. This was origin. This was the thing that existed before the categories, the thing the magic itself came from, standing here in a dungeon in a boy's body, and in the fraction of a second before the body gave out Voldemort understood, for the first time in 60 years, that there was something in the world that was larger than what he was afraid of. He fled. Not defeated. Fled, the shade of him wrenching free of Quirrell's failing body, the cold intelligence tearing itself loose and streaming upward through stone and mortar and cold December air, gone and real and still in the world but gone from here, and the absence of it left the chamber several degrees warmer in an instant. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him. He lowered the man to the floor, and Quirrell's face without the passenger was different, older, more exhausted, the fundamental decency of him visible now that what had been riding it was gone. His eyes were open and he was conscious and he was looking up at Harry with the expression of a man who has been in the dark for a very long time and is not yet sure if what he's looking at is real. It's over, Harry told him. It's gone. Quirrell's mouth moved. He stopped. I can feel, he looked at his own hands, trembling. I haven't been able to feel my hands in months. I know, Harry said. I'm sorry, Quirrell said, and the tears on his face were real and the shame in them was real and Harry looked at him without judgment because judgment wasn't what this was for. I know, Harry said again. The choosing badly part is over. The choosing better part can start now. Quirrell made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob. Harry held him up and looked at the mirror across the room and thought about the stone in it, and thought about Dumbledore, and thought about what needed to happen next. He looked at the mirror. His reflection looked back at him, wings folded now, quiet, just himself standing in the dungeon with a broken man in his arms, and the stone was visible in his reflection's hand even though his real hand was empty, and he understood in that moment exactly what Dumbledore had constructed and precisely how it worked. He reached out his hand. The stone dropped into his palm from nowhere, small and red and warm. He closed his fingers around it and held it without any particular desire for what it could do, which was exactly the requirement, and the mirror seemed to approve, its surface going briefly still and bright. He sat on the floor of the chamber with Quirrell's head on his knee and waited, and the light from the walls faded slowly to ordinary torchlight, and the temperature climbed back to something habitable, and somewhere above them he could feel the castle moving, people beginning to wake, beginning to notice, the distant stir of Dumbledore in motion. He looked at the stone in his palm. Small and dense and warm, the concentrated life force of its creation still faintly perceptible, and he thought about what it was, not a solution to death, because death wasn't the problem. Not a path to immortality, because immortality wasn't the answer. It was a made thing. A beautiful piece of alchemical craft, built by Nicholas Flamel, who had understood that the desire for life and the desire for more life were not the same thing. Harry respected it for what it was. He was going to give it back. Not to Dumbledore to hide away again somewhere. To Flamel himself, with the suggestion that Flamel consider what he actually wanted his legacy to be, which was a conversation Harry intended to have by letter and had already drafted in his head. He closed his hand around the stone. Quirrell had gone very still, his breathing steady and shallow. Not unconscious, just resting in the first quiet he'd had in months, the particular exhaustion of a person whose body has been used for something it wasn't built for and is now, finally, its own again. Harry sat with him and waited. The door to the chamber opened. Dumbledore came through it with his robes disheveled and his expression carrying the full weight of a man who has been moving fast through the castle at an elderly pace and has not yet caught his breath and is looking at the scene before him with an expression that was composed of relief and alarm and something more complicated that he was still in the process of identifying. He stopped. Looked at Harry on the floor with Quirrell's head in his lap and the stone in his closed hand. "Harry," he said. "He needs a healer," Harry said, with a nod toward Quirrell. "Not Madame Pomfrey, a specialist. Someone who knows what long-term possession does to a host and how to treat it." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "He made a terrible choice, but he's not a bad person and he's suffered enough." Dumbledore looked at Quirrell. Then at Harry. The stone, Harry opened his hand. The stone sat in his palm, small and red and completely real. He looked at Dumbledore. "I need Flamel's address." Dumbledore blinked. It was the first time Harry had seen him blink with surprise. "I beg your pardon." "Nicholas Flamel. His address." "I'll write to him." He met the old man's eyes. "The stone needs to go back to its maker. Not because it's dangerous, it is, but that's not the main reason. Because it belongs to him. He made it. It should be his choice what happens to it." A silence stretched across the chamber. Dumbledore stood in the doorway of the chamber he'd constructed as a trap that had played out sideways from every version of his plan, and he looked at the 11-year-old boy sitting on the floor in the aftermath of a confrontation with Voldemort with the calm air of someone who has just sorted out the afternoon's admin, and he said nothing for a long moment. Then, very quietly, "And Voldemort?" "Gone," Harry said. "Not destroyed. He has other anchors and they'll need to be dealt with over time. But gone from here, for now." He paused. "He saw me." He saw, Harry stopped, choosing words. He saw enough to understand that what he's been afraid of isn't an abstract. It's real. It's here. A pause. "I don't think he'll come back to Hogwarts." "Because you frightened him," Dumbledore said, and it was said not as surprise but as something else, the careful tone of someone understanding something that had been forming for months. "Because I showed him something he didn't have a plan for," Harry said. "He'll make new plans. He has time." He closed his hand around the stone again. "So do we." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, the long moment of a man who has spent a very long life being the most extraordinary thing in every room he entered and is standing in a room where he is not, and is finding out whether he is large enough to be all right with that. He crossed the chamber. He knelt beside Quirrell with the careful movement of very old joints and pressed 2 fingers to the man's temple and murmured something low and precise, and the shaking in Quirrell's hands stilled. "I'll contact the specialist tonight," Dumbledore said. Then, still kneeling, he looked at Harry at eye level, which was not a position Dumbledore took often and which had, Harry thought, some intentionality in it. "Flamel's address," he said. "I'll give it to you in the morning." "Thank you," Harry said. And you? Dumbledore asked. How are you? It was, Harry thought, a genuinely asking question. Not managing. Not assessing. Just asking. He looked at his own hands. The stone. The ordinary stonework of the chamber around them, the torchlight, the mirror going dark behind Dumbledore's back as if its job was done. Intact, Harry said. Glad to be here. He looked up. Glad I came. Dumbledore nodded slowly. He stood, with some effort, and looked at the mirror once before looking away, and Harry saw in the old man's face a glimpse of what Dumbledore saw when he looked into it, and it was not the world sorted and managed and secured. It was something older and simpler and more personal. He didn't ask. Some things were private. He stood, pocketing the stone, and helped Dumbledore lift Quirrell into a levitation charm that would carry him to the hospital wing, and they went back through the chambers together, through the dead fire and the empty chessboard where Ron's pieces stood motionless in their gambit positions, and Harry stopped for a moment in the chess chamber and looked at where Ron had been, the specific position of where he'd lain after the sacrifice, and the pattern of the board that Ron had orchestrated. It was beautiful, actually. As pure strategy it was extraordinary, a series of sacrifices that looked like losses and were victories, a game played forward 15 moves from the opening position and executed perfectly under pressure with his own body as the final piece. Harry thought, not for the first time, that Ron Weasley was going to be someone remarkable, and that the people who looked at him and saw the youngest son, the ordinary one, the one standing next to extraordinary, were missing the thing entirely. He went up through the trapdoor, through the third-floor corridor, and into the body of the castle. Hermione was in the corridor just outside the third-floor door. She'd been sitting against the wall. When Harry came through she was on her feet in a single motion, and for 1 second her composure did something that composure usually doesn't do, which is simply let go entirely. She crossed the corridor and walked into him with both arms around him and her face against his shoulder, and she held on with the specific grip of someone who has been holding it together for a very concentrated period and is now allowed not to. He put his arms around her. They stood in the castle corridor at 3 in the morning and neither of them said anything because nothing needed to be said and what had already been said was enough, more than enough, the always still in the air between them like an open note that hadn't resolved yet and didn't need to. After a moment she pulled back. Straightened. Put her composure back on like a coat, with dignity, and looked at him with clear eyes and only the slight brightness in them acknowledging that any of the preceding 10 seconds had happened. Ron. Harry said. Hospital wing. He walked there himself. Madame Pomfrey says he'll be sore for a week and is already making noise about food. She paused. He's fine. Good, Harry said. The stone. He opened his hand. She looked at it. Dumbledore, Flamel gets it back, Harry said. His choice what to do with it. She looked at him. Then she nodded once. That's right, she said simply. They walked toward the hospital wing together through the dark and quiet castle, and the stone was warm in Harry's palm, and the feather in his charms textbook back in the dormitory was warm too, a mile of stone and staircase away, as if the distance was not a distance that applied. Overhead, through the high windows of the castle, the clouds that had been building for days finally broke apart, and the stars came through, brilliant, cold, ancient, indifferent to almost everything and not quite indifferent to this. The castle settled around them as they walked. Content, in the way old things are content when a long-held breath is finally exhaled. Chapter 7, What is remembered, what is chosen. The hospital wing at 3 in the morning had a specific quality, the long rows of white beds and the torchlight, the smell of dittany and antiseptic and something floral that Madame Pomfrey kept in a jar on her desk, the deep quiet of a room that had absorbed a great deal of human difficulty over many centuries and had developed the particular patience of places that had seen enough to stop being surprised. Ron was in the third bed on the left, propped up on 4 pillows with a bowl of something hot that Madame Pomfrey had produced with the brisk efficiency of a woman who had learned long ago that injured students were easier to manage when fed. He looked up when Harry and Hermione came through the door and his face did the thing, the relief, quick and genuine, immediately dressed in something more casual. "You're alive," he said. "Observant," Harry said, pulling a chair to the bedside. "The stone?" Harry showed him. Ron looked at it in Harry's open palm with the focused attention he gave important things, and then nodded once with a conclusive air. "Flammel," Hermione said. "Yeah, obviously," Ron said, as if he'd been part of that conversation, which made Hermione look at him with an expression balanced precisely between irritation and affection. "How's Quirrell?" "Dumbledore has him," Harry said. "Specialist coming." Ron was quiet for a moment, turning his spoon in the bowl. "He was just a bloke who made a terrible mistake," he said. "Not a question." The tone of someone thinking something through. "Yes," Harry said. "And Voldemort, whatever was in him, gone from here," Harry said. "Not gone permanently. But gone." Ron absorbed this. Ate a spoonful of whatever Pomfrey had given him and stared at the bed curtains. "He'll come back. Eventually." "Yes," Harry said. "Not soon. But eventually. And we'll deal with it then." "Yes," Harry said. "Right," Ron said, with the simple finality of someone filing a concern under future problem, attended to and moving on. He looked at Harry with clear eyes. Did anything happen down there was it hard?" Harry thought about the chamber. The light coming through his skin. Quirrell's hands burning on his face. Voldemort seeing the wings and understanding what he was looking at and fleeing. "No," he said honestly. Ron looked at him for a moment. "I don't mean the fighting. I mean," he stopped, finding words, which was not always where Ron was strongest, but he found them when they mattered. "I mean, was it hard being what you are in front of it?" In front of him. Harry looked at him. Ron looked back without any performance in it, just the direct warmth of someone who had accepted the full picture and was asking a real question about a real person. "No," Harry said again. "It felt right. Being fully what I am." He paused. "More right than hiding any of it." Ron nodded. "Good. Then, also I played the best chess of my life tonight, and I'd appreciate someone acknowledging that at some point." "It was extraordinary," Hermione said, in the sincere tone she used for things she genuinely meant without qualification. "Honestly, Ron." "The sacrifice pattern in the middle third was, I know," Ron said, with a grin that was equal parts pleasure and embarrassment. "I surprised myself, actually." "You shouldn't," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "You shouldn't surprise yourself," Harry said. "You're better than you think you are. That's not a kindness. It's just what's true." Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. Ate another spoonful of his bowl with the expression of someone doing something practical to give themselves a moment. Madame Pomfrey appeared from behind her office door and looked at the number of people at Ron's bedside with the expression of someone who has rules and is about to enforce them. "Visiting hours," she said. "We'll be quick," Hermione said, in the tone she used when she intended to comply but on a slightly extended timeline. Pomfrey looked at Harry with the particular quality she'd been developing, which was the same quality several of the Hogwarts staff had been developing, the look of someone in proximity to something they can't quite measure but can consistently feel, which manifested as a combination of protectiveness and the slight unsteadiness of a person standing near a very large warm thing. 5 minutes, she said, which was more than she'd have given any other group of students at this hour, and went back to her office. They sat in the torchlit quiet for a moment. "It's not over," Hermione said. Quietly, without drama. A fact stated cleanly. "No," Harry agreed. "The Horcruxes." "Yes." She had her hands in her lap, the fingers still and deliberate the way they were when she was thinking precisely. "We should document what we know. All of it. Before we go back to our dormitories, before the end of term, before anything else before we let it get scattered. Everything we've worked out. The count, the object candidates, the timeline of when they were made." She looked at Harry. While it's all present. Tonight? Ron said. In the morning, Harry said. Sleep first. I've been sleeping, Ron said, gesturing at the bed. Unconscious is different from sleep, Hermione said. Philosophically interesting but practically, Ron, Harry said gently. Sleep. Ron considered pushing back and elected not to. He sank slightly into his pillows with the dignified air of someone conceding a sensible point. Fine. Morning. Documentation. He looked at them both. And then we go home for Christmas and we come back in January and what? We carry on. We carry on, Harry said. Normally. Like, Transfiguration and Quidditch and Hermione correcting everyone's essays. I don't correct everyone's essays, Hermione said. You correct mine, Ron said. Because they need it. And all of that. Just. Normally. While also knowing there are pieces of the darkest wizard of the century scattered around the country. Yes, Harry said. Knowing something doesn't mean you have to act on it immediately. It means you're not surprised when it becomes relevant. Ron looked at him for a long moment. You're 11 years old, he said, in the same tone Dumbledore had used, not dismissive, simply the recurring fact of it, which kept presenting itself as remarkable. Technically, Harry said, and Ron laughed, the real Ron laugh, the one that had no performance in it and came from somewhere genuine and was one of the best sounds Harry had heard in 4 months of good sounds. Madame Pomfrey's door opened. They said good night to Ron, who was already half asleep before they reached the door, and walked back through the dark castle to their respective towers, and Harry went to bed and was asleep in under a minute, deeply and completely, without dreaming. Dumbledore came to the hospital wing on Christmas morning. Not the public Dumbledore, not the magnificent sweeping headmaster, he came quietly, in plain robes, at a time when the wing was empty of everyone except Harry, who had come to sit with Ron and had been there since 8. Hermione was in the corridor outside with her notes, which were now 12 feet of parchment that she had organized into a system Harry had reviewed and found entirely sound. Dumbledore looked at Harry when he came in, and the look was different from every other look the old man had given him. Not assessing. Not planning. Just looking. He sat in the chair on the other side of Ron's bed, the chair Hermione had vacated for the corridor, and set his hands on his knees, and looked at the middle distance for a moment before looking at Harry again. Nicholas Flamel's address, he said, and produced a sealed envelope that he set on the bedside table. He's expecting your letter. I took the liberty of writing first, to give him context. What context did you give him? Harry asked. That someone was returning his stone and had some thoughts about it and that he should read the letter when it came. A pause. I may have described you somewhat vaguely. Probably wise, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the envelope. He'll destroy it, he said. The stone. He and Perenelle have discussed it. They've had 500 years, which is enough, and they'd rather go when it's their time than continue on borrowed permanence. A very slight smile, the kind that carries weight. He put it more elegantly than that. Harry thought about this. Yes, he said. That's the right choice. He asked me to tell whoever was returning it that he was grateful for the principle of it, Dumbledore said. The returning. He said it was the right thing for the right reason. Harry folded the envelope and put it in his pocket. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, watching Ron sleep with the expression of someone who has been genuinely worried and is now watching that worry resolve. Mr. Weasley, he said. Extraordinary play. Yes, Harry said. He'll be all right. He already is, Harry said. He was eating dinner last night. Dumbledore smiled, a real one this time, the kind that was warm without trying to be. Then it faded, not into sadness exactly, but into the more complicated expression that had been on his face since the chamber. He folded his hands together. I went, he said. Harry looked at him. To Privet Drive. He didn't look up from his hands. I went yesterday. Before, before all of this. I'd been meaning to since, he stopped. Since what you said in the room with the mirror. Harry waited. The cupboard, Dumbledore said. He said it with the specific weight of a man who has stood in a small dark space under a staircase and understood, for the first time, with his body rather than his mind, what it meant that a child had lived there. I stood in it for, he shook his head slightly. For some time. Harry said nothing. I put you there, Dumbledore said, in the tone of a man who has spent a night looking directly at something he would previously have managed from a distance. I chose that house. I chose that life. I told myself it was the safest option, the best option, the only option that balanced the requirements of protection with the requirements of, he stopped. I told myself a great many things. I am very good at telling myself things. I know, Harry said. The crack in the back wall, Dumbledore said. I saw it. It glowed when I touched it. He looked up. I could feel you in it. Like, the impression of you. The whole shape of 11 years of, being compressed, being made small. And the light coming through it anyway. He pressed his lips together. In spite of everything I did. In spite of the seal and the placement and the deliberate ordinariness of it. The light came through anyway. It always was going to, Harry said simply. Yes, Dumbledore said. I know that now. He looked at Harry directly. For what it's worth, which I understand may not be a great deal, it's worth something, Harry said. Because it was. The acknowledgement had weight, spoken by someone who found it difficult, and the difficulty of it made it more rather than less meaningful. Dumbledore nodded. Breathed out. I'd like to propose something, he said. Going forward. Harry waited. I would like to be honest with you, Dumbledore said. Genuinely. Not the managed version of honesty that I have been accustomed to, where I share what I think is appropriate and withhold what I think might be too much. But actual honesty. He looked at Harry with those blue eyes that were, Harry thought, genuinely extraordinary, not for their power but for the age in them, the weight of a century of choices, good and bad, and the late-arriving willingness to look at them plainly. It won't be comfortable. For either of us. I have made a great many decisions that are going to be difficult to examine clearly. I know, Harry said. And you'll want to examine them clearly, Dumbledore said. Not a question. Yes, Harry said. Not to punish you. To understand them. There are things I need to know about Voldemort that you know and I don't, and I need you not to manage the information. I need the full picture. The Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, without surprise. You know about them, Harry said. I've suspected for some years, Dumbledore said. I've been, gathering evidence. Quietly. There are things I've discovered and things I still need to find. He paused. I would be glad of your help. Harry looked at him. Measured what was in the words, the genuine quality of it, the old man asking rather than deploying, the difference between a general briefing an asset and one extraordinary thing recognizing another and proposing collaboration. All right, Harry said. All right, Dumbledore said, with the exhale of someone who has been tensed for a response and is now setting the tension down. Ron stirred in the bed, turned over, and said something indistinct that contained the word chess. Both Harry and Dumbledore looked at him. Ron subsided back into sleep with the completeness that only the genuinely untroubled sleep. He's remarkable, Dumbledore said, quietly. Yes, Harry said. He knows it less than he should. Most remarkable people do. A pause. Miss Granger as well. She produced research on the Horcruxes that I found, when Minerva showed me, I found it extraordinary. The precision of it. The cross-referencing. She arrived at several conclusions I had only reached after years of dedicated study. She'll be glad you think so, Harry said. She'll be more glad when she knows it herself. She doesn't know it. She knows she's capable, Harry said. She doesn't yet know that capable isn't the right word for what she is. She'll get there. He looked at the window, the Christmas morning light clean and white through the glass. They're both going to do things that matter. Not because of me. Because of who they are. Dumbledore looked at him with that complicated expression again, the one that had arrived in the dungeon chamber and hadn't left. You speak about them the way, he hesitated. The way someone who loves them speaks about them, Harry said simply. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. The documentation meeting happened at noon in the room of requirement. Hermione had organized her notes into 4 sections by the time Ron was released from the hospital wing, Ron walking out under his own power and insisting this was completely normal and that Madame Pomfrey worried excessively, and the room had laid out a table, 4 chairs, writing materials, a substantial amount of food, and a fire of exactly the right size without being asked for any of it. Ron sat down, ate half a sandwich in the first 30 seconds, and looked at Hermione's notes with the focused energy of someone who is fully recovered and ready to be useful. Talk me through the Horcrux count, he said. Hermione talked him through it. All of it, the theoretical framework, the historical accounts, the deductive reasoning from Voldemort's timeline, the candidate objects. Harry listened and added information where he had it, and the 3 of them worked for 2 hours with the systematic focus of people who are taking something seriously and trusting each other to contribute accurately. By the end of it they had a document, clean, organized, Hermione's handwriting with Ron's marginal annotations that were pointed and useful and Harry's additions in a different color that Hermione had specifically asked for so they could distinguish the deductive from the confirmed. 7 Horcruxes. 6 candidates identified, 1 still unknown. A timeline. A methodology. This is, Ron said, looking at the completed document, slightly terrifying. Yes, Hermione agreed. We're 12, Ron said. 11, Harry said. Nearly 12, Ron said. The point stands. We are children with a document about the darkest wizard in living memory's soul fragmentation habits. The alternative is not having the document, Hermione said. I know, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it. Ron looked at the fire. Taking a moment. They took a moment. It was not an unhappy moment. It was the specific kind of quiet that descends when people who have been working on something hard have done the work honestly and are now sitting with the fact of it. The fire moved. Outside the room's single high window the Christmas sky was pale and clear, the grounds below white with frost. I want to say something, Ron said. They looked at him. He was looking at the fire, not at them, and his hands were on his knees and he had the expression of someone finding words for something real. I want to say that, before Hogwarts, before all of this, he stopped. Started again. I have 5 brothers. All of them are good at something specific. Bill is brilliant. Charlie's got dragons. Percy is, well. Fred and George are Fred and George. And I was the next one. The next Weasley. Waiting to find out what mine was. He paused. The chess last night. I knew, while I was playing it, I knew what it was. Not just chess. The thinking forwards thing. The seeing what a position is worth before it becomes worth it thing. He looked at Harry. You said I'd outpace the horses eventually. Yes, Harry said. I think you're right, Ron said. Not with arrogance. With the settled quality of someone who has tried a belief on and found it fits. I think I will. He looked at Hermione. And for what it's worth, I think you're, what you said to Harry about being friends and not an audience. That was, he made a gesture. That's what friends are. I've had a lot of friends and not many of them have been that clear about it. Hermione looked at him with the expression she had when something landed precisely on the target she hadn't known she'd presented. Thank you, she said simply. Also you're brilliant, Ron added, with the air of someone completing an item on a list. Genuinely. The Horcrux research was, I know I haven't said it but I've been thinking it since you showed us. I know you've been thinking it, she said. You make a face when you're impressed. What face? She made a face. It was quite accurate. Ron looked at Harry. Do I make that face? Yes, Harry said. Frequently, Hermione confirmed. Ron pointed at the document. It's a very impressive piece of research. Thank you, she said again, and this time she smiled, fully, not the almost smile, and it changed the room in the specific way that Hermione's full smile changed rooms, which was considerable because she had the kind of face that full commitment transformed. Harry looked at both of them and felt the coal in his chest burning steadily warm and bright, and thought about the mirror in the dusty room, and the wings in his reflection, and what the mirror showed you. Not a fantasy. Memory. And then he thought, no. Not just memory. Present tense. Because the wings in the mirror hadn't been what he'd lost. They'd been what he was. Here. Now. In this room with these two people around a table with a document and a fire and the ordinary extraordinary fact of three friends who had decided to face something enormous together and had meant it when they said so. The last day of term before the Christmas holiday was the 24th, and in the evening Dumbledore called an informal gathering in the Great Hall, not a feast, exactly, but a dinner for the students who remained, and the teachers who'd stayed, and the castle's intimate December warmth amplified by the reduced number of people and the way the candles seemed to know to burn brighter for smaller crowds. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, and the dinner was good and the conversation was warm and easy, and Fred and George appeared from wherever they'd been all day and filled the rest of the table with the particular noise and energy of people who generate atmosphere wherever they go. Professor McGonagall came and sat at the end of the table, which she did not usually do, and she and Harry exchanged no particular words but she looked at him once across the table and the look said everything that needed saying, acknowledgement, respect, the specific warmth of someone who has seen clearly and approved of what they saw. Snape was at the staff table and looked at Harry precisely once during the dinner, and the look was complicated and unresolved and would stay unresolved for some time, but in it, underneath the complexity and the unresolvedness, was something Harry recognized as the very beginning of a specific kind of seeing. The kind that comes when someone's existing architecture about you has been structurally challenged and they haven't yet built the new one but they know the old one is wrong. He gave Snape a small nod. Snape looked away. But not immediately. There was a beat between Harry's nod and Snape's looking away that had something in it. Harry didn't push it. That was a long story and they were at the first page. After dinner, Dumbledore remained at the staff table while the students dispersed, and Harry, on his way out, stopped at the end of the staff table, and the old man looked at him. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Happy Christmas, Albus," Harry said. The name was deliberate. Not disrespectful, said with the specific warmth of an equal. Dumbledore looked at him and blinked once, and then something in his face shifted to something Harry could only describe as the beginning of genuine ease, the relaxation of a man who has been braced against something and has just understood it is safe to unclench. "The letter to Nicholas," Dumbledore said. "If you'd like help with the opening, given that he's 500 and a specific kind of context might be, I'll manage," Harry said. "I'm sure you will," Dumbledore said, and smiled. The morning of the 25th was cold and bright, the kind of Scottish winter morning that was too honest for beauty and arrived at it anyway, the grounds white and still, the lake frozen at the edges, the castle's towers sharp against a sky that had gone that particular shade of pale winter blue that had no grey in it, just the clean cold light of a sun that was doing its best from a distance. Harry had been up since 5. He'd written the letter to Flamel the night before and rewritten it twice, not because the first version was wrong but because he wanted the tone right, not solemn, not dramatic, just honest, one maker talking to another maker across a great distance of time. He'd told Flamel what had happened. He'd said that the stone had come back to the person who should hold it. He'd said that what Flamel did with it was his own business and that he trusted Flamel's judgment and that 500 years was an extraordinary amount of time to know your own mind. He'd ended it, "Thank you for making something beautiful. The fact that you made it was more important than what it could do." He'd sent it with Hedwig at midnight, and Hedwig had looked at the letter with the focused eye of a bird that had decided its person's correspondence was personally significant and had launched from the window into the Christmas dark with a purpose that was almost dramatic. Now he was on the grounds in the early morning, walking the lake shore, his breath misting in the cold air, the snow unbroken around him. No footprints but his own. The ice at the lake's edge was clear and pale, the deep water visible beneath it. He stopped at the edge and looked at his reflection in the ice. Not the mirror. Just ice, and winter light, and himself in it. The reflection looked back with its green eyes and the scar, which was no longer a seal over anything but simply what it was, a mark, a memory, the evidence of a night that had shaped a great many lives and was being slowly understood. The scar had faded slightly since the seal had gone, or maybe it was just that it looked different when it wasn't the most significant thing on his face. He pressed the toe of his boot against the ice. It held. He thought about the year. The cupboard and the crack. Hagrid on the doorstep with a birthday cake. Diagon Alley and 19 wands and the vault with its inscription he still hadn't translated. The sorting hat saying I have no house for this. The monitoring wards going out like candles. Quirrell's hands burning on his face and the light coming through. Dumbledore in a chair in a dungeon looking at him at eye level. Hermione saying come back. Ron saying you're still just you. He looked at the sky. Winter blue and enormous, the sun still low and the cold sharp and clean, and this sky was not the dream sky but it was a sky, a real one, and he was in it in the way that mattered, present in it, breathing in it, alive in it in the specific form he had chosen, the boy's body and the boy's life and the castle and the friends and the work that was ahead of them. He spread his arms. Not for show. Not for anyone watching. Just the extension of himself into space, the old habit of it, the way his body remembered what his body had always been. The cold air hit everything. Every surface. Every part of him. And for a moment, brief, private, not dramatic, he was fully what he was. Not in the dungeon with the light blazing from his skin and the wings in the mirror. Not in the dream sky with its enormous silence. Just here, on the lake shore, in the winter morning, in a boy's body with everything that body was attached to, the scar and the friends and the wand in his sleeve and the school and the year ahead and Voldemort still out in the world and Horcruxes that needed finding and all the ordinary extraordinary work of being a person in a world you had specifically, deliberately, joyfully chosen. Both things entirely true simultaneously. He dropped his arms. Turned back toward the castle. Behind him, in the undisturbed snow of the lake shore, two long shapes pressed into the white surface, deep and clean and unmistakable, the impression of something vast and real, already beginning to fill with new snow, already beginning to become less visible, the way things that have always been part of the landscape eventually just become the landscape. He walked back up the slope toward the castle, and it brightened the lights in the lower windows as he approached, and he noticed and said nothing and simply walked in. The hospital wing was empty now. Ron had been released 2 days ago and Quirrell had been transferred in the night to a specialist facility that Dumbledore had arranged with the speed of someone who understood the urgency of the situation and was no longer managing it through the buffer of what people would think. The wing was clean and quiet, Madame Pomfrey nowhere visible, the beds crisp and waiting. Harry sat in a chair beside the third bed on the left, Ron's bed, empty now, and wrote his Christmas letters. To the Weasley family, for Ron, an honest letter, warm, saying he hoped Ron had told them what he'd done because they should know, and that their son had surprised himself and shouldn't have. To Hermione's parents, which she had asked him not to write and he was going to anyway, a brief, careful letter in the language of people who weren't magical, telling them their daughter was exceptional in ways that mattered and that she was loved, not in those words, because those words were too large and direct, but in the way you could arrange facts to make the truth visible without naming it. To Neville's grandmother, a letter about her grandson that he spent a long time on, finding the specific words for the specific person, not he's doing fine, not he's making progress, but he is becoming someone worth watching, and you should watch, because you'll be glad you did. He sealed all three with ordinary wax, the ordinary red kind, no charms. Left them in a pile to send after Hedwig got back from Flamel. The hospital wing was quiet and warm, and the Christmas morning light fell through the windows in long clean lines across the floor, and Harry sat in the chair and looked at nothing in particular and was, in the specific way of people who have found where they belong, at complete rest. The portrait of the stern old woman he'd seen on the first night, the one in the academic robes who had pressed her hand to her heart, was in a small frame near the door of the hospital wing, which he hadn't noticed before. He looked at her now. She was looking back. "You're not surprised," Harry said. "Not remotely," she said. "We've been waiting a very long time." "We," Harry said. "The castle," she said. "The portraits. The stones." She tilted her head. "All of us who stayed." She looked at him with painted eyes that nonetheless had something behind them. "Did you know, when you first walked in? Through the main doors. The candles all went up. Every candle in the great hall, simultaneously." She paused. "The last time that happened was the night the founders stood in this hall together for the first time." Harry looked at her for a moment. "I didn't know that," he said. "No," she said. "But it happened." He thought about the night of the sorting. The great hall, 500 students, the floating candles. He hadn't noticed the candles in the way she was describing. He'd been looking at the ceiling. "What do you want from me?" he asked. Not wary, genuinely asking. The question of someone wanting to understand clearly rather than assume. "Nothing," she said. "I told you what I told you because you should know it. Not because you owe us anything in return." She looked at him steadily. "You came back of your own choice, into a world that didn't make it easy. That was enough. That was everything." He held her gaze. She pressed her painted hand to her painted heart again, in the same motion as the first night. Then she smiled, not sentimental, not theatrical. Just warm. The smile of something very old that has seen a great deal and is glad of this particular part of it. He nodded once, deeply, and she nodded back, and that was all that needed to be. Ron and Hermione found him in the room of requirement at noon, which the castle had set up with a fire and food and the chess set in comfortable chairs and 3 wrapped parcels on the table that had not been there when Harry arrived and that the castle offered no explanation for, per its usual policy. Ron opened his to find a set of chess pieces carved from a wood he didn't recognize, weighted perfectly, each piece a little different from standard, the carving precise and idiosyncratic, the knight on a horse that had a specific personality in its carved face. He held the knight for a long time. "Where did these come from?" he asked. "The castle has a way of marking things that matter," Harry said. "I think that's from it." Ron set the knight on the table and looked at it. Then looked around the room with a new quality of attention, the quality of someone who has just upgraded their relationship with a space from place I inhabit to place that knows me. "Oh," he said. "Yes," Harry said. Hermione's parcel contained a book. Not a textbook, not a curriculum reference, a very old volume, the spine worn smooth, the title almost invisible, and when she opened it she went still in the way she went still for significant things. It was a collection of research papers by witches and wizards who had done foundational theoretical work in transfiguration, charms, and magical theory that had never been formally published, working documents, private correspondence, draft theories. The kind of thing that didn't exist in the public library. She ran her fingers over the first page and didn't say anything for 30 seconds. "This is," she stopped. "These are Helga Hufflepuff's notes." "Among others," Harry said. She looked up at him. "The castle gave me Hufflepuff's working notes." "It gave you what you needed," Harry said. "Which is what it does." She pressed her fingers to her mouth. Breathed carefully. Put the book down with great deliberateness and then looked at Harry with the bright, clear expression of someone choosing to let themselves have a feeling without managing it. "Thank you," she said. "Both of you, the castle, whoever," she shook her head. "Thank you." Harry's parcel was smaller than the others. He opened it last, unhurried, and inside the wrapping was a piece of parchment, and on the parchment was a reproduction of the inscription from his vault wall at Gringotts, the angular and flowing characters he'd pressed his fingers to and lit the vault with in August. Underneath the inscription, in a hand he didn't recognize, was a translation. What is remembered is never lost. What is chosen is always found. What is loved is already home. He read it 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and put it in the inside pocket of his robes, against his chest. What does it say? Ron asked. Harry told them. The room was quiet for a moment. That's, Ron started. Yes, Harry said. About you, Hermione said. Not a question. About all of it, Harry said. About being here. About choosing. He looked at them, Ron in his chair with his chess knight and Hermione with her impossible book and the fire between them and the castle warm and alive around them all. About this. Ron looked at the fire for a moment and then at Harry. Happy Christmas, mate, he said, in the voice he used when he meant something without qualification. Happy Christmas, Harry said. Hermione said nothing. She just held his gaze for a moment with the searchlight at full power and something behind it that she was carrying with the deliberate care of someone who has decided they will let it exist, fully and without apology, and who knows that the right time for it is ahead and is not in a hurry because the waiting itself has its own quality of rightness. He held her gaze until she looked back to her book, and the moment folded into the afternoon the way the inscription's light would fold into memory, present even when invisible, real even when quiet. The fire burned. The chess pieces stood in their carved wooden individuality on the table beside Ron's elbow. The castle held them all in the specific warmth of something that is glad of what it contains. Outside, on the lake shore, the snow was filling the wingprints slowly, smoothing them into the landscape, the white returning to unbroken white. And somewhere above the castle, above the pale winter sky and the thin cold sun, in the vast dark space where the stars were even when daylight hid them, something that had been watching for a very long time, with the patience of things that measure time in ages rather than years, found the shape of a particular soul in a particular body in a particular place and understood, with the complete and ancient satisfaction of something that has finally had a long question answered, that the choice had been made, and kept, and was being kept still. The seal was gone. The boy was whole. And in King's Cross Station, at the end of a December holiday, a single feather fell. White and radiant, spinning slowly in the cold terminal air, unhurried, catching the light from the high glass ceiling and throwing it back in colors that had no names. It drifted down past the departure board, past the travelers in their scarves and coats, past the pigeons who moved aside without knowing why, and it turned and fell and turned again, and when it reached the floor of platform 9 it simply lay there in the late afternoon light, warm as something alive, real as anything that had ever been. A woman walked past with a pushchair and looked at it and stopped. She didn't pick it up. She looked at it for a long time, far longer than a feather on a platform floor warranted, and when she walked away her face had the expression of someone who has been, briefly and without explanation, very close to something large and gentle and entirely benevolent, and who carries that for the rest of the afternoon without being able to say what it was, only that it was real, only that it mattered, only that she was, in some way she could not name, grateful. The feather lay on the platform in the winter light. Still. Patient. Waiting for nothing. Already arrived.